News Talk with the Anglophone. A lot of things we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at the Canadian experiment, what went wrong, what happened to it. We will also look at a case which is coming up in Yaoundé involving some elite, La République du Cameroun elite, especially the elite in Libya. But we're going to look at what can Ambazonians as a whole learn from that.
Basso, Chris Anu, political tip man for Ambazonia. He used Bakanka spectacle for Tuado. Magletasha d'Ambazonia.
A fraud, that scam perpetuated by some elite in Libya. We're going to look into that. But I have a breaking story I am bringing to you. You will not believe. You will not believe the Abdul Karim that you see. Ladies and gentlemen, for 4 months, Abdul Karim has been locked up, tortured, and denied justice. And I am going to bring you some images coming from the dungeons of the Republic of Cameroon, where Abdul Karim has been held captive for the past 4 months. You look at him, you will not believe this is the Abdul Karim that you know. And of course, we're going to talk about the breaking story coming from the United States Senate about trial for war crime perpetrators anywhere until recently. Until this new bill coming from the United States Senate, America could only try perpetrators of war crime who were American citizens in the Marine, the Army, or victims in the Marine, the Army, and the Air Force, and so on. But according to these new laws signed last month in the U.S. Senate, America is now ready to try any war crime perpetrators anywhere in any country for as much as it affects people living in the United States. But what does that mean? What does that mean to you and me who are at war against La République du Cameroun? I will bring you my panel to discuss about this. But I will also open the phone lines for you to come in and contribute as usual. But before I get there, ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead, hit that share button. Hit that share button. Let us saturate the platform. I want to see the numbers jumping, and then I bring you these stories. And while you are hitting the share button, I just want to remind you that tomorrow, right here at ABS, we're going to be launching what we call Amber Deals, what used to be called CID. What used to be called CID is now being called Amber Deals, and we are formally launching it tomorrow right here at ABS. We want to see every Ambazonian sign on to Amber Deals. And listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. When I come to you on News Talk, I am coming to you as Chris Anu, the journalist, the reporter, the opinion leader. And when I come to you in the capacity of the leader of the interim government, you will see me or find me behind a podium. That is how you distinguish between Chris Anu, the reporter or the journalist, and Chris Anu, the leader of the interim government. So just so you know. But I was talking about the Amber Deals coming up tomorrow, the launching of it tomorrow, and we have a target of 5,000 people, 5,000 Ambazonians to sign up within now and the end of the year. Between now and the end of the year, we want to see at the least 5,000 Ambazonians signing up for Amber Deals. We used to call it the CID. It's no longer CID. We call it simply Amber Deals. We expect every Ambazonian who has Ambazonia at heart, who trusts that we can free our country and free our country only with our own money and support from others, to please go to ambadeals.com. Get to ambadeals.com, sign up. You can choose to pay whatever amount that is convenient to you. It is either $10, $20, $25, up to $100, whatever is convenient, ladies and gentlemen, for you to pay on a monthly basis. Again, our target is at least 5,000 people between now and December 2023, which is an average of 106 people per month, an average of 106 people, per week. So please, we'll be launching this tomorrow, and we expect that you will spread the news in every platform of yours. You will spread the news in every platform of yours. So ladies and gentlemen, please, I am not seeing the numbers jumping. If you have joined the broadcast, you need to hit the share button. You need to hit the share button so that we can quickly populate this platform before I start bringing these stories to you again. I will be talking to you here tonight on the subject of torture in detention of Abdul Karim. You will not believe the images I will be bringing to you. The person you see in those images, you will not believe that is Abdul Karim. I will be bringing that to you first. And then I will take you to this corruption story emanating from the elite of the BLM. But we'll look at a bigger picture. What does it mean? What does it mean to Ambazonians as a whole? We'll also be talking about the Canadian meetings. What happened to it? What happened to the press conference that was called? Why is Canada mute? And why is Cameroon silent? We're going to be looking into that. I have a powerful panel that will be looking into these issues, ladies and gentlemen. And so please, I like to see the numbers jumping. If you have joined the show, go ahead, hit your share button. Let us keep the numbers jumping before I come to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks for tuning in. I like to see those numbers jumping. I will only come to you when I see 500 on my screen. So please, if you have just joined, I know this is the premiere of News Talk, and I bet you are going to enjoy it. News Talk is all about picking current issues, mixing it in the news, giving you the right perspective to the issues of the day. Picking the news of the day and putting them in the right perspective so that you call it news with opinion. News with opinion. So again, today we're going to be looking at what is happening with the Abdul Karim in the gulags of La République du Cameroun in Yaoundé. We're going to be looking at the Canadian meetings. We're going to be looking also at the bill recently passed at the U.S. Senate, giving America the powers to try war crime perpetrators, and this spells doom. This spells doom for La République du Cameroun officials. We're going to be delving into this and opening your eyes and giving you the understanding what you can take home from these developments. Again, please, I am waiting for you to hit that share button. The numbers must jump. The numbers must jump. Hit your share button as you come on. Okay, this is News Talk, and before I get into it again, please, I'd like to remind you of the launching tomorrow of Amber Deals. Amber Deals. Amber Deals are replacing what we used to call CID. If you are still registered on the CID platform, I'd like you to know the CID platform is not. Again, the CID platform is not being managed by this interim government. I mean, by no interim government. The money is going into private pockets. If you are still subscribed to anything CID, take note, the funds there are not going into the interim government coffers. They are going into private pockets. So please go there and desubscribe. Get there and desubscribe. The money is going into private pockets, and if you are unable to desubscribe, just cancel your card, ask your bank for a new card, and get to ambadeals.com. ambazonia.com and subscribe there. Again, between $10 and $50, I am sure that many of us can afford it. Ladies and gentlemen, without finances, we can do nothing in this struggle. People who talk about firepower, there will be no firepower if we do not put the right tools into the hands of those who carry out firepower. So if you have not paid your dues, if you have not registered to your Amber dues, please do not ask for firepower. You have to put money in the pockets of these boys so that they can afford the kind of equipment they need for firepower. So tomorrow right here, 8 p.m. Amber, we're going to be launching Amber Dues platform. It's not a fundraiser. We just want to come talk about the technicalities, how people can register. In fact, it's quite simple, easy to register. So you just go to ambazonia.com and follow the instruction there and register. But we're going to be talking about that more tomorrow when we come live here with Resource Mobilization Department, with the Finance Department, and with the technical team that designed the website to educate you how you can go ahead and subscribe. It is very, very critical, ladies and gentlemen, that we do so. We cannot allow La Republic du Cameroon go on, carry on with this war because we are not ready to support it. Listen, this war will be won. This war will be won. Again, this war will be won. That's what I can tell you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will be coming back right now to start with these stories. Hit your share button. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the breaking news of tonight. And it is what you find on your screen. From behind bars, torture Abdul Karim looks completely different. We've gotten some images coming from the military tribunal in La Republique du Cameroon. We got those images today. We're informed that Abdul Karim was taken to court yesterday at 7 a.m. and he sat in court through the entire day, for the whole day, ladies and gentlemen. The case was not called. The judge never called the case, and he just wasted there. But this is not the first time. That he is taken to the military tribunal since taken to Yaoundé. He has been there about I understand this was the fourth time that he was taken to that military tribunal in La Republique du Cameroon. And he sat there the entire day. The case was not called. Now, it will interest you to remember that since Abdul Karim was picked up, abducted in Bamenda without a warrant, of course, 4 months ago, he hasn't been charged for anything. He was held in Bamenda, in the detention center in Bamenda for about a month. And then after that, he was moved to Yaoundé, where they continue to keep him. Now, but that is not a problem. The problem is the condition under which he is being kept. We are not only told that he is being severely tortured. In fact, the physical appearance will tell you he is a tortured person. This is a man who is being tortured. We are told that Abdul has passed through severe torture and continues to go through severe torture in the detention in Yaoundé. We have seen the room where they keep him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to show you those images of the narrow cell in which he is kept in Yaoundé because for security reasons, we will not show you that. But we are going to show you the face of Abdul Karim, the way he looks like. compared to what he was when he was picked up, the difference is like night and day. The difference is like night and day. And after you look at those images and understand, feel the story of the torture that he is going through there, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also learn that he is being denied his medication in that detention cell. He is not allowed, he is not given his medication in that detention cell, and how he survives, we do not know. But again, when you look at the image of Abdul Karim coming out from that detention center in Yaoundé, if you still believe that this is the moment that we give up, we surrender, we raise our hands and walk away, or raise the white flag and surrender to La République du Cameroon, then you are not ready for freedom. What is happening to Abdul Karim, ladies and gentlemen? Forget about Sissoko and the rest. We've known their story. But what is happening to Abdul Karim, who was picked up only 4 months ago? Only 4 months ago, for a regime that wants the world to know they are proffering solutions to the 6-year-old conflict, to have picked up a prominent activist like Abdul Karim, a peaceful activist like Abdul Karim, and keep him under the conditions. I am going to show you, you will not say for a second, you will not think for a second that this war ought to be over when you look at the images of Abdul Karim. It is terrible. Now, I'd like you, ladies and gentlemen, to look at this. Look at this image of Abdul Karim. This is Abdul Karim before he was picked up. A few months before Abdul Karim was picked up. Before Abdul Karim was picked up. That is him. Now, look at the way Abdul Karim looks today. This is Abdul Karim today, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see the difference? Does this man on your screen look like the Abdul Karim that we all knew? Of course not. That is not the Abdul Karim that we all knew. So, look at it. Compare those two images, ladies and gentlemen. The Abdul Karim that we knew is on the far left. The Abdul Karim that we know now, that is him on the middle of this of your screen. That is the handiwork of La République du Cameroon. That is the handiwork of La République du Cameroon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that interruption in the background there. But again, look at this. Compare those two images. Compare those two images of Abdul Karim. Now we have other images that if you should see, I think if you were thinking of ending this war today, you will have a change of mind. You will have a change of mind. But that Cameroon is talking about dialogue. That Cameroon is talking about dialogue, but still treating ambazonians this way is evidence that Cameroon is not ready for any dialogue. Cameroon is not ready for any dialogue if they are treating ambazonians this way when they want the world to believe. When they want the world to believe, they are calling for dialogue. They are about negotiations. Of course not. They are not ready. Cameroon is not ready for negotiations, ladies and gentlemen. Cameroon is not ready for negotiations. That is Abdul Karim. Does it look like the Abdul Karim that we saw 4 months ago? Does it? And of course, again, I have other images that I cannot put on the screen here because, for some security reasons, we cannot put those images there. But that is Abdul Karim for you. How can we let La République du Cameroon run away with this war, seeing what they do even at the moment they want the world to believe they are doing dialogue? Now I ask those who went to Canada, what will you say? What will you say when you see images like this coming from the dungeons of La République du Cameroon with our own Abdul Karim? What do you say? What reason do you think Cameroon is ready to sit down and talk, dialogue, or negotiate when they have people like this in their thousands in those gulags and they have never been charged for anything? Never. Abdul Karim has been in custody for 4 months and he has not been charged once. He's been taken to court 4 good times, 4 good times, and has not been charged. The case has not even been called. And somebody says Cameroon is now ready to talk. No, Cameroon is ready to end the war on its own terms. On its own terms. That is what they are interested in doing. Cameroon is not interested in dialogue or negotiations. They are prepared to end the war on their own terms. As they will be releasing people like this. They will be releasing all the prisoners, including the Naira 10, to show, demonstrate a sign of goodwill. But that has not been the case. That has not been the case. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that is Abdul Karim for you. That is Abdul Karim for you. That is Abdul Karim for all of us. If anything, it tells us this war is only about picking up steam. This war is only about picking up steam. We have to pay for it. We have to pay for it. I will bring in my panel to take a quick shot at what we see on the screen. I am joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Comrade Dennis Artem joining me from Africa, and I also have Barrister Tumasang Martin joining from London. I also have Comrade Edwin Gang, who is joining, I believe, from Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, Comrade Edwin, pleasure to have you, sir.
Oh, so welcome. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm happy to be in your show. This is my first time being in your show, the ABS show. You call it the talk show.
And Comrade Tumasang, once more, great to have you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Chris. Thanks for inviting me onto the show, and thanks to your audience.
Thank you. And lastly, I have joining from Africa, Comrade Dennis Artem. Pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you, Chris. I'm happy to be in your show. I hope we'll have a lot to discuss.
Absolutely. Let me start with you, Comrade Dennis, on this subject of Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim was picked up in Bamenda barely 4 months ago, and I have put up his image of what he was, of how he looked like 4 months ago, and how he looks like today. You can see the images right there on the screen. Tell me what you are thinking in your heart when you see images like this and you hear the story of the torture and the deprivations that he is going through. He and other detainees, of course, are going through in La République du Cameroon.
I think I've written about this quite a lot, that we should understand the animal we're dealing with. You know, when you are dealing with colonialism, with annexation, you must understand that colonialism is a system of evil that lives only on violence, deceit, bribing of consciences, the gun, manipulation, and they can never speak the truth or deal with the truth. Once Ambazonians understand that Cameroon is a fraudulent state, Cameroon is a violent state and lives on violence, they will no longer be deceived by believing that Cameroon can be sincere or this and that. No, Cameroon will not be sincere because Cameroon lives only on violence. Cameroon lives only on the gun. Cameroon lives only on corruption. Cameroon lives only on bribing of consciences. So let us be very clear that as long as Cameroon remains a colonial state, we should expect these kind of things from Cameroon. This is how it is. There's nothing that will change about the nature of colonialism. There's nothing. There's nothing that will change. There is nothing that will change in the nature of colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Barrister Martin. Again, give us your take on what you see here happening in the detention centers with Abdul Karim.
Comrade Chris, the Geneva Conventions are very clear about the way prisoners of war have to be treated. You don't just arrest people and treat them the way you think you are supposed to treat them because they are in your custody. But secondly, even a state like La République du Cameroon, they arrest people. Let's say they arrest people they call Amba. They kill them extrajudicially, which is a war crime. Then they carry their carry-on and go and display them on squares for the whole world to see their crime. They show the picture. These people are in custody and detention. You kill them extrajudicially without taking them to court. You carry their dead bodies and go and put them on the squares or run up. A person dealing like that, how can you deal with such a people? That person or that state has jettisoned the Geneva Convention. They are doing now what they like, they don't care. So if you go on the case of Abdul Karim and say, oh, he's being brought to court only after 4 months, believe you me, there are people in La République du Cameroon who have been in detention for years and have not even seen the four walls of a court. The fact that Abdul Karim is even taken to court is because of the pressure from various quarters. Otherwise, he will rot there. And secondly, the African Union in Banjul, Communication 266/2003, warned La République not to be trying civilians in military courts. They don't listen. They tell them they know it's wrong. You don't try civilians in military court. They will do it. They don't care. So we are dealing with a very dangerous character. They don't care. Even if Abdul Karim, you think it means anything to them, they just use him for propaganda. Oh, we are taking the prisoner to court and the rest. So I'm so disappointed, Comrade Chris.
We are all disappointed. We are all disappointed. But what do we do in the midst of this disappointment, Comrade Edwin? What do we do? Just disappointment? Is that all enough that we can do?
Comrade Chris, this is a situation like the two comrades have already adequately said, is that we are dealing with a totalitarian country called La République du Cameroon. They don't have control over Ambazonian citizens. What they are committing is right now supposed to be known as intervening in the internal affairs of another sovereign state. What we need to do to raise attention to this entire matter is to look at the permanent solution to this problem. We can complain and complain and complain, nothing will be done because the rest of the world is regarding our matter as an internal one. And the question now that needs to be brought up is, why are countries not talking about it? It's because they look at it as an internal matter. If you look at the situation going on with the Swiss talk or the ex-Swiss talk and the Canadian talk going on, it is because they have already prescribed a solution to this our problem based on the 2018 dialogue that ended, where they gave us a special status. So would countries be seeking to intervene in Cameroon internal affairs? No, they have their own matters to worry about. We need to accelerate in a hurry this problem and make it known that Cameroon has alienated the sovereignty of another country. We need to be very clear in defining that country's sovereignty. It should be one done constitutionally and legally. It should be one that every country, the United States, Canada, France, United Kingdom, Germany, Russia, China, all these countries I mentioned are countries that have already gone out and clearly in every statement proscribed the the subject their territorial integrity clause, and they are the countries prescribing this what I call pro-Cameroon temporal solutions like dialogue and negotiations. We need to stop that. To stop that, we have to make a case for how these two countries come into being one. And these two countries are the Republic of Ambazonia, which can be constitutionally deconstructed from this sub-region, as well as the Republic of Cameroon. That is how we solve this problem of Cameroon abusing our citizens, which will continue, as Comrade Dennis said, and as Comrade Thomason said, forever. We will never get out of this loop unless we break into the sovereignty domain. That is where Cameroon has no case over us.
Let me ask this last question on this subject for all of you to chip in. When you look at images like this coming from detention with a guy who was out here only 3 or 4 months ago, looking like somebody who has been in jail for 10 years. What do you say of those who think that, well, the moment has come, let's surrender, let's give up? What is going on in your mind, Barrister Thomas, please?
Comrade Chris, I'm hearing from you for the first time that somebody is thinking of surrendering or giving up. I've never heard that before. I don't know who that person is, so I cannot be commenting on a hypothetical issue. People are disappointed about the way situations are going, infighting, maybe some crimes of kidnapping and the rest, but nobody has the concept of surrendering. So it's an alien concept to an Ambazonian. No blue blood Ambazonian thinks of the concept of giving up. It doesn't happen. They don't think about that. So I don't want to even comment about it. I'm sorry.
That is fine. That is fine. Comrade Dennis, but what is your take on this?
Now, I'm glad to hear what Comrade Thomason said, because really, the idea of surrendering doesn't occur. People get discouraged. You know, a war of liberation is not a war that is fought like a conventional war. There can be lull and a period of breaks where, even for 1 year, the enemy might think that nothing is happening, it has won the war, and then it reappears because, you know, there is no way a human being as a human being can accept colonialism and subordination forever. It will explode no matter what happens. Think of the slave trade, think of apartheid, think of how long all the crimes that we know have existed. They have all been defeated. So for us, it is simply a question of time. But it is critically important that the leaders of the Southern Cameroon understand that how long this thing drags on depends mostly on them. First of all, we must understand our case extremely well. We must understand the solutions. I have written a lot on this matter to say that all this thing called dialogue cannot resolve colonization. Dialogue cannot resolve annexation. For dialogue to have meaning, there must first of all be a ruling on the status of our territory, whether it belongs to the Republic or not, and on our right to external self-determination. Once there's a ruling on these two aspects, then when the two parties are meeting, the agenda is clear. They know what they are going to talk about. Currently, there's no way you can bring La Republique to the table. La Republique knows the facts more than you and I, more than most Ambazonians who keep every day thinking that, no, La Republique knows that it has no instrument whatsoever that gives its jurisdiction over the Southern Cameroon. So we have not even been presenting our case succinctly enough to the international community. Unfortunately, it is mostly the Western world which is involved, but you know that the DNA of the Western world is double standards. So you see the Ukrainian war, you see the way they react to it. But look at that, they keep talking of violence on both sides and all those things. So they don't even listen to what we say. We must find an occasion that we can personally or face to face present our case. That is when you can even say something that the Western world will listen to, because they don't listen. They don't listen. I had an opportunity to ask one ambassador from the Western world whether throughout all his long period of diplomacy, he ever saw an instrument that gives jurisdiction over Ambazonia to Cameroon. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, you say I'm not very good in history and so on." But look, these are people who are telling us they want to solve this problem, but they don't care one bit to understand that history because their color is enough authority for them. So, my brother, let us be very clear. The leadership of the Southern Cameroons must do everything in their power to come together. We must at least unite in purpose, even if we diverge in the ways we arrive about it. But the solutions to this problem are not many, and they are very clear. They are very clear. Let us not be insisting dialogue, dialogue, when we know that dialogue cannot resolve annexation. Please, if we are going for any dialogue, it is simply to make this point clear and to tell the sponsor that they are wasting their money and wasting their time unless they take concrete action to bring this matter to a situation, to a competent body that can rule on the status of the Southern Cameroons. And then after that, dialogue will have its meaning. Thank you.
All right, I hear you. We will come to that on a different occasion and talk about the way we have sold our case to the international community. Uh, but as also dialogue, as you put it. Before we get there, let me get the last word from Comrade Edwin, please.
Well, when you hear about we cannot give up, you start asking yourself this question: did the Amazonian people really know what they were doing when this conflict started? Who brought about this conflict? I keep hearing some kind of mantra that is kind of a little bit reckless when you say La Republique started the war, they are the ones supposed to stop the war, or we will fight to the last man standing. I think that this bravada, we should really take pause and look at this situation of the so-called war in Ground Zero, which is perpetrated by La Republique. We have to ask ourselves, is this how to fight a war of liberation? If we were to plan it, would this have been the way we would have fought it? I'm speaking from the perspective of Republic of Ambazonia. Before 2017, we had been dealing with non-state actors and state actors. And one of the critical advice we've always had is do not provoke a conflict. This is a very important thing for us to take note. And in international relations, you have to know that we ought to understand that La Republique is still being regarded as the sovereign state. Our task has always been to define the alienation of that sovereign state, which happened when La Republique failed in its agreement to form that confederation when they unilaterally seceded from that confederation in 1984. As Barrister Tumasan has said in many of his writing in the past, the argument that was posed by our father of Amazonia from Gojindinka was that when this union was dissolved by an act of parliament, that was the best opportunity now for the Republic of Southern Cameroon, which came into that union, to recover its sovereignty. What is really sad about this Ambazonian revolution is the fact that it is now more than 38 years ongoing. We are fighting as Southern Cameroonians. The world does not know that these two sovereign states came to form a confederation, not even a federation, limited to just 8 matters. But why this is very important is because when we go out there and make these political stunts that the war must be won, I mean, you are fighting war. Who is the one in charge of the war? Where are the fronts? Which we are going to be dealing with these inter-amber fighting groups as our war, our military strategy. We know that that's not going to solve this problem. When we take advice from people that says we shouldn't fight unless we are prepared, and when we want to fight, we must fight as a sovereign state. That is very important because that is the only point where these sovereign countries can now recognize us and support us. If you do a literature review everywhere where fighting has happened, even in Katanga, which is not even a country that can, by virtue of its statutes, can secede according to the 19, I think, Barrister, you may help me with this, the Banjul decision of 1993. They were given the people's right, just as a
All
Banjul
right,
decision.
comrade.
So I'm saying that let me land. I'm just saying that we need to be hurry up and bring this matter as a sovereignty matter. That's the only point where we can force all these countries to now look at the root causes rather than playing politics with us, and our children are dying. It's very important that we do this.
All right, all right. When we come to that, I think it's a subject for discussion on another day. If we delve into that now, we probably will be walking away from the issues we have at hand. But that will be a discussion for another day. Now, we're going to move from that subject to another one. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 weeks ago, a whistleblower dropped out some disbursements from La République du Cameroon's Ministry of Finance amounting to 120 million CFA to some elite of the BLM. Now, the statement says the disbursement was meant for those elite to use the funds in engaging the youth of the BLM engaged in agriculture. Now, that disbursement was made in 2018, and since then, we understand, it is our understanding here, it was made since then up to last year. So, the money, 120 million francs CFA, was going to one guy they call John Fongang and Paul Tasson. The problem is the organization to which these funds were being allocated for never existed. But what I want us to learn from this story is the idea that these elite descend on our towns, cities, and villages and want us to know they are fighting for you. The separatists are not fighting for you. The diaspora is not fighting for you. Nobody in the diaspora is fighting for you, but them, only them are fighting for you. When an elite or two elite or three of them take over $500 million CFA francs and it vermoves within themselves, and they descend upon you during this time of war to tell you, keep supporting Cameroon, keep supporting Cameroon. This war is evil. This war is bad. The diaspora is deceiving you. We are the one fighting for you. They want you to know. They want you to know. Now, from a story like this, we learn the elite are not fighting for you. They are fighting for their stomachs. Now, let's get to the story now. This story is a true case of what we call dog eat dog, or the proverbial what goes around comes around. And this can only happen in the corruption-infested country of La République du Cameroon. 2 weeks ago, a whistleblower in the Cameroon Ministry of Economy and Finance leaked a document indicating the disbursement of 120 million francs CFA to a non-existent BLM Cultural and Development Association, LEGDA, that was in 2018. ABS has now learned that more money was doled out to the said association in subsequent years. But what the association did with the funds remains the mystery. The funds were disbursed into a clandestine bank account in Yaoundé, known only to one John Fongang and Paul Tasson, the president and secretary general of the supposed association, the non-existent association. Bernard Forgeau, Cameroon's member of parliament for the BLM, and Juan Boniface Nkobenai, who worked at the presidency in that country until recently, are also alleged to be part of the racket that knew of the disbursement of the funds and how it was used in the non-existent association, pretending to still have control over the southern Cameroons, ambazonia. The Cameroon government released the funds into the coffers of the non-existent BLM Cultural and Development Association, ladies and gentlemen, to fund youth engagement in agriculture in BLM, according to a statement that accompanied the funds from their finance ministry. The crux of this story is this: not a single franc from what became a yearly allocation disbursed to the association ever touched the hands of the people or anybody in that matter in the BLM except the duo. Apparently, the reason why the whistleblower leaked the transaction. As the document showing the fund disbursement made the rounds in the social media, especially within the BLM community, anger, consternation, and outrage characterize reactions from the people. There are questions too that they demand answers for. Questions like, who created the said bank account? Who created the said bank account in Yaoundé, into which the funds were being directed to? And who are the signatories to the account? What was the money used for, and by who? So far, John Fongang and Paul Tasson, who are directly indicted by the public, have remained silent. Phone calls to them remain unanswered. Indeed, Fongang is reported to have shut down his own phone number after a flurry of phone calls began pouring in. Paul Tasson has also not made a single statement about the allegations. 3 days ago, the story took another twist. A statement from Cameroon Supreme State Audit and the presidency in Yaoundé, issued on January 3rd, among others, is summoning John Fongang and his culprits for an urgent audit. Paul Tasson isn't mentioned in the summons, but Fongang and Boniface Nkobenahai are requested or summoned to show up for the state audit. The BLM people may finally get to know who took the millions, adding up to over $500 million CFA francs, and exactly what it was used for, if at all it was used for anything. An interesting angle to this story, which is where the fraud is the fact that the BLM Cultural and Development Association that received these funds doesn't even exist. It exists only on paper. In fact, the last time the association functioned was in 1997. ABS was told that the association went under right after John Fongang became president in 1997. Since then, nothing has been heard of the association. Paul Tasson became Secretary General right after that also. But besides the two, there are no other known executive members to it. In fact, Justice Fonkwe, a judge of the Cameroon Supreme Court from the BLM, attempted several times to revive the association, but the duo of Paul Tasson and John Fongang pushed back on the effort. But this is the question: does the fact that fraud may have been busted here mean anything to the Yaoundé regime? Thieves are never caught in the country of Cameroon. In their system, thieves are never caught. They bribe their way to freedom. If anything, just like in all of the southern Cameroons where the elite always want the people to believe they work and fight for them. This certainly is the case of the elite, fighting for themselves, siphoning funds into their own personal pockets and not for the people. It should serve as an eye-opener to Ambazonians. Cameroon cannot punish them because then they will have no more agents, or what is popularly known as black legs, to use in placating Ambazonia to end the war. But if they do punish them, that would have only resembled the other playbook of La République du Cameroon. Use them and dump them. We hope Ambazonians as a whole learn the lesson though, that the so-called elite who come to you telling you to stop the war are not fighting for you. They come because of their own gain. Absolutely, they are fighting because of their own gain. They are not fighting for you. They fight for their stomach. Do you even imagine that two people, John Fongan, Paul Tasson, will put up a structure, an organization that long died in 1997? And for the past 6 years, they have been collecting millions from the damn Cameroon government on behalf of so-called the BLM youth, whom he said they all live in the bushes. And not a dime has gone to those people until now, after the whistleblower put up their document. Their so-called Supreme State Audit is now summoning them to go and explain. I don't know what they are going to explain. Nobody goes to jail. No corrupt person goes to jail in that country. But even if they summon them, you know what will happen, right? Because the guy who paid them the money from that ministry had his share of the money. But this is the importance of this story. This is what is going on in all of Ambazonia. Whether the elite of Ngoketundja, the elite of Santa, the elite of Meza, the elite of Indian, the elite of Menchum, and so on and so forth. These people descend upon our territory and brainwash our people. They are fighting for you. They are defending you. They are representing you. But monies like these that are meant for your own betterment get only into their own pockets, and that is the motivation behind what they do. We should know. These people do not represent us. They don't fight for us. They fight for their bellies and their families. Comrade Dennis, I'd like to bring you in on this particular subject because you are from the BLM and you must have learned of this story. Tell me what you think, hearing what is going on. The Supreme State Audit in the corrupt infested La République du Cameroon has now summoned John Fongang and Boniface Nkobenare to come explain what happened to the money they've been collecting all these years. What is your take on this, sir?
Now, when I heard about this story, the first question that came to mind was this. What are the structures through which the government of Cameroon disburses such monies? Is it through cultural and development associations? Is that an arm of the government now? Is this in all the divisions that such monies are disbursed only through the cultural and development associations? Or this was the unique case of the BLM where such monies were disbursed only through the cultural and development association that, as you say, does not exist? So there are many questions surrounding this particular issue. But let us first of all get the facts. I know if the money was disbursed every year from 2018, as you say, and if these people what they actually did with the money. Now that they have been summoned for explanation, I guess we'll gradually know more facts about exactly what happened with that money. If nobody in the BLM is saying that they have received that money, then there is a big question there and an explanation that is needed for us to understand. But the most important question to me is, what are the structures through which the government of Cameroon disburses such monies to support youth agriculture? Is it through development and cultural associations? This is the fundamental question in my mind. I don't know, really, to tell you the truth. So I would love to hear the findings of this investigation to know exactly whether the money was disbursed, whether that is the mechanism through which the government disburses such monies, or this was a unique case where the elites in the BLM devised a means with somebody in the Ministry of Finance to get the money deviated into their pockets. So really,
Do
it's
you really
an
do you
embarrassing
really
situation.
do you really expect anything to come out from a so-called investigation? These people, if they
Of
dare
course not.
investigate them, as I've stated, they will no more work
Right.
for them, right? They can't jail them because then they will not have agents to go
No,
around the local governments and the counties to do their dirty jobs.
no, you're very right. But the BLM children, the BLM people who are interested in this matter can carry out their own investigations thoroughly and come up with their own results. Whether the government of Cameroon actually publishes any findings of their own investigations or not, because we don't expect any such findings, isn't it? If up to today all the crimes that are being committed have never been published, we don't expect to hear any findings from the government of Cameroon. After they don't care whether we suffer or we don't suffer, because the monies they are disbursing is simply to bribe people. The buying of consciences, as I said, that is all. It is not a genuine concern for our development. So they will not care whether that money was actually disbursed or not. So it will just vanish the way all other issues are vanished. But the BLM children, the BLM other people can actually follow up on this matter and find the truth about it. And if they want to take action, they can take action. Whatever kind of action they think they can take. I don't know. But,
You mean you
it
mean
is
you
up to us
mean the
to follow up.
BLM? When you say the BLM, people can actually follow up and find out. Are you referring to somebody like you and me, or you mean the same people who we call dog eat dog? You think that's going to happen?
If you and I can do it, why not?
How can we do
Let us
it?
try to
How
know
can we do
the
it from the
facts. I don't
diaspora?
know, really. Just like the person in finance who, the whistleblower, I think there are many other whistleblowers along that route who can also inform us about what is going on. So we can rely on the whistleblowers to inform us at the end of the day what actually happened with the monies, really.
All right, let me turn to Barrister Martin. You are a lawyer here. Just chip in for 1 minute. Let's move on to the next subject. Give us your take on what you have heard there.
Comrade Chris, La République du Cameroon is a kleptocracy. That is a state where people are dealing. Everybody is protected by their godfathers. But so step in that state is not newsworthy. Is it something you really come and talk about it as news? Is there anywhere they are not stealing? Let me deal with the issue of the
No,
120 million for the
comrade,
talent.
comrade,
Just a
hold on
minute.
there.
Just
This is how this story get derive its importance. These same elite, they descend on our territory, especially during the past 6 years, to tell us you and me in the diaspora are the ones responsible for all their troubles, all their problems. But the money that is given for the same people put in the hands of these guys, they pocket it, but they are not the problem, we are the problem. That is the context.
Comrade Chris, I'm telling you that Paul Tasson and his co-voyagers would go to the audit, or whoever is going to that audit. They will say, yes, 102 million was given to 120 million was given. It was labeled as agriculture. So do you really believe any agriculture could happen in a BLM in the war? That the money was given for security reasons, for us to say bribe the Red Dragons. We were giving 5 million, 10 million here and there. That do you think that the Red Dragons, if we bribe any of them, they'll give us a receipt? Why are you bringing us here to be wasting our time? Go and ask the guy who approved the money whether he really meant it for agriculture. Agriculture was being as the heading, but we knew for security reasons where the money was going. And the guys we dealt with cannot give us receipts. So these guys will go in there and come out clean. They will bring some bullshit about the war they had to settle here and there. Those people don't give receipts. I gave 3 million for this guy in Red Dragon to give me intelligence. I gave 5 million here. The 120 million is finished. So I don't see why you're going in there. You think they will go and put anybody in prison? They will just wrap it around security, and that will be the end of the game. Well, this game, they play it over and over everywhere.
You are right. You are right. That's what they do. Already do in place. A few seconds. Let's move on to the next subject. Give us your take here.
This is one of the reasons. This is actually one of the perfect reasons why we should make a complete hemispheric separation of our revolution. We know clearly, we should know that our people back at home are under duress. When we do this kind of preliminary assumptions, and most importantly, stop reacting to this Cameroon, which already we've declared as a failed state, then we should move forward. Use this as an example that Cameroon is just an impossible country to even have any modicum of democracy, and make all our effort in defining the root cause of the problem, which is the alienation of the sovereignty. Those people, the youth back at home, would think that the money has been taken away from them. You can explain that, like Barasa said, that it has been used the way Cameroon normally corrupts people. So this lesson, we should learn a lesson. We should not be reacting to Cameroon internal
This is
affairs.
not reacting, comrade. I think we are trying to do some education. I think we are trying to do some education here, comrade. It is not reacting.
But that is why the education is in letting people know that right from the beginning, we ought to have known, anticipated that this rogue Cameroon state is never going to change. So we know from the beginning, right from point one, at any moment, and that goes back as far as 1961, that this country has alienated another country's sovereignty. Our task is to make the world know this, and we have failed horribly. This ambassador revolution right at this moment has been going around reacting. For instance, 11 February is coming. People will be talking about lockdowns here and this and that. We shouldn't be doing that. As a matter of fact, the most important date we should be identifying in February is February 4th, when the Cameroon Parliament passed restoration law that dissolved that fake 1961 Cameroon Federation. That is what we should be allowing.
Comrade, I think you are being very simplistic with your approach to some of these things. When you talk about not passing lockdown, you want Cameroon to go and march on the streets of Bamenda, on the streets of Kumba, Manu, and then come out the next day and say, hey, like Paul, voici Alimbe, Bamenda, Boya, isn't it?
All right. It's all because of the assumptions that were taken right from the beginning. If you understand that our country is being illegally and forcibly occupied by a rogue La République du Cameroon, the task of our campaign in the diaspora right now, as we are, is to explain to the world that Cameroon is illegally occupying a sovereign country.
Why we explain? Don't you think that we also need some action, like in lockdowns, in ghost towns, just to tell other people, Cameroon, you don't have a free ride in our territory?
And you, in your preamble, you said that the war must be won. Very important. To win a war, you have to have strategies. You have to plan it according to the rules of engagement. We are not going to have no exemption. If this war has to be won, it has to be won at the most optimized level where power is being invited into the revolution. And that will be at the sovereign level, sovereign state. And we have already defined that sovereign state by virtue of the constitutional deconstruction of this country as Republic of Ambazonia. Nigeria knows about this.
All right, comrade, that will be a subject for another day. I will definitely get you back and we will take on that subject. But ladies and gentlemen, stay put. In the next minute, I bring to you the breaking news. The breaking news from the U.S. Senate. The U.S. Senate has passed a bill giving the U.S. Justice Department the powers to try war crime criminals in the United States courts. That item next. The United States Senate has passed a bill that will now allow federal authorities to prosecute war criminals on U.S. soil, regardless of the nationality of the perpetrators or victims. The legislation, which has been named The Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act was passed late in December. That was late last month, 2022. And is an update of the current War Crimes Act, which only allows for the prosecution of people who commit war crimes in the US or abroad, and only if the victim or perpetrator is a US citizen or member of the United States Service, such as the Marines, Air Force, among others. However, the new bill would see the prosecution of non-US nationals or citizens who commit war crimes elsewhere and enter the USA. Up until now, the former legislation did not allow for this, but the current legislation closes this loophole by saying to it that anyone who commits war crimes anywhere across the globe, regardless of their nationality, can be tried for those crimes in the United States of America. The legislation has already received wide approval from the United States Justice Department, the State Department, and the Defense Department, as well as from the White House. It is now waiting for final approval from President Joe Biden. The law also paves the way for the U.S. to try leaders of other countries perpetrating war crimes against activists fighting for their rights in their own countries. What this legislation does in the particular case of the conflict between La République du Cameroon and the southern Cameroon's ambazonia and Cameroon's genocidal perpetrators is that Ambazonians' families in the United States of America can now begin to sue Cameroon leaders who engage in war crimes in Ambazonia. Ambazonian families can now, ladies and gentlemen, in the diaspora, in the United States of America, can now begin to sue La République du Cameroon officials, people like Paul Atanganji, people like Emi Bankoi, every one of Cameroon's administrators, ministers, police, gendarmes, army, perpetrating war crimes in that country. If you have a family member who has been tortured, picked up, tortured, done in jail, or killed by Cameroon officials, be it in the northern, southern zones, anywhere in that country, ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does is it empowers you. It empowers you to now be able to sue right here from the United States anybody in that damn country carrying out war crimes against your families. Barrister Martin, you are a lawyer. I would like to start with you. And this law was passed late last month while Ukrainian president was visiting the United States. And I guess they were particularly trying to target Russian officials. But people like us are now going to benefit from this law to the extent that people like Emmanuel and Salah, who are accomplices to these war crimes in Cameroon, Bankui, people who jailed 80 years old women like my mother, people who kill little children like, what is that baby's name in Moyoka, Mami Api and the rest. People like that, they can no longer come to America. We have to be proactive. We have to take up court cases against these criminals in Cameroon to make sure never would they set their foot on American soil. We have to launch lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit against every war crime perpetrator in La République du Cameroon. But Barrister Martin, I'd like your take on this development.
We call the universal jurisdiction. where a country can decide to take on jurisdiction for a case committed anywhere else in the world. It's universal jurisdiction. The concept by itself is not new. If you look at the 1945 four Geneva Conventions, they all dealt with the issue of universal jurisdiction for war criminals. I'm talking about Article 49, I'm talking about Article 50, I'm talking about Article 129, I'm talking about Article 146. Even the Additional Protocol 1 of 1977. If you look at, even the UN has dealt with this issue of universal jurisdiction for war crime. For example, on 7th of November 2014, the SIT Committee of the UN General Assembly produced a paper where they listed 12 crimes to have universal jurisdiction. War crime was one of them. So it is not something which is new as a concept. State practice and opinion juris, as we call it in legal terms, has been in support of this position. So let me go back to the US. Before we talk about a new law, a new resolution, let's look at what was happening, what was the existing position. In the US, we have the 1996 War Crimes Act or legislation, which, yes, gave the US the powers to try a US national who is involved in war crimes. In international law, we talk of that as active personality principle. We have that they had the power to try and accuse if the victim is a US national. Yes, that is passive personality principle. We know that. And then if a guy is in the US Army also. But these legislations are all window dressing. Comrade Chris, since 1996, 26 years after that first legislation, not a single case in the US has been prosecuted under the 1996 War Crimes Act. It was done as window dressing. Today, now, what is the difference? The only difference is that they've said that the issue of nationality will have no value again. So now, if you commit war crimes, whether you are from Ukraine or from Ambazonia, for what thing, provided you are in the US, they can prosecute you. It doesn't mean if you are in Siberia, they'll make a case against you. You have to be in the US. So now, you think Adanganji will carry himself, even a year he has a house in the US, you think he will come there for him to be arrested? You think Lele Afrik will come? You think Portason himself will come? Those guys, they will not come. They will be going them to France and coming back. That resolution does not talk about extraordinary rendition to say that if the guy has committed these crimes and you have the evidence, a judge can allow him to be arrested in France and then extradited or rendition to America to stand trial. They are not saying that. They are talking about the guy is in the US. How many war criminals want to be hanging around drinking coffee in the US waiting for them to be picked up?
Don't you see that as a deterrent to some of the crimes that they are committing on the ground?
Comrade Chris, everything has some deterrence. My problem is there any muzzle in it? The first one was supposed to make a deterrence. 26 years, not a single case prosecuted. You think the second one
was meant to target US military officials, essentially, who abuse their rights?
But not a single one has been tried under that act. Secondly, this second one, the killing position is the guy has to be in the US. That is the problem. These war criminals, they are not there in Fifth Avenue. They are not there in Madison Garden waiting for them to be picked up. These guys, they commit their war crimes. They are protected where they are. They stay there. You cannot be bringing cases for the guy. He's not even in the US. How do you serve him? He's not even working. I don't see how this thing helps me too much. We the experts, we are a bit frustrated with the legislation.
I hear you. Let me get to Comrade Atemkun out there and get his take on this, because I think even if no action is taken as of the moment, because most of those people will stop coming to the USA, but I think it's a deterrent. Don't you think so, Comrade Dennis, that this is a good deterrent for some of the actions that go on ground zero with impunity?
With international law in general. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Go on.
Okay. This legislation was passed as an attempt for America to catch up with international law in general, because the 1996 War Crimes Act was actually a law intended to um, protect American servicemen and American nationals who became victims of war crimes, or if they themselves committed war crimes. Now, with this legislation now, there is some leverage, as you say, because America is a very important destination for business people and for most of the world. So anybody who will who might go to America will think twice about committing crimes, because once you commit that crime and you are charged, there's no way you can come to America, or not even America, but to be within the American jurisdiction without being subject to arrest. So it is an important deterrent, we must admit that, but it still has limitations. Not that you cannot just bring a case, the Attorney General must give a written statement that that case is in public interest and that substantial justice will be done by prosecuting that person. So this is an additional element that further restricts it, because it can be used politically to restrict the number of cases brought against war crimes. You see, so this is also an important element. Another element that we should realize is that people might see this and confuse human rights. War crimes are different from human rights, and we must understand the difference in order to be able to take advantage of this. Besides that, let me also say that even the room for American nationals who are Ambazonians to have sued any of those war criminals in Cameroon in the event that they step foot within American jurisdiction. But I don't know whether any of us ever took advantage of that, because under the 1996 War Crimes Act, American courts can prosecute anybody who commits a crime against an American national, no matter where it is committed. So that was an opening that was available to us also under the War Crimes Act of 1996, but maybe we never took advantage of it. This one, what I can say is that it gives America some leverage over Cameroon to say, look at the list of Cameroon officials who are subject to arrest if they are allowed to be prosecuted under the new law. So they can use that to urge Cameroon to come to dialogue. You see, that is a new handle now that America has over Cameroon to compel Cameroon to come to dialogue, because they know that if any of them were to come within the American jurisdiction, when the case has been filed against them, be arrested, especially the hawks who are the ones promoting this war. Through that, America can actually pressurize the Republic of Cameroon to sit down for that. Thank you.
Comrade Edwin, I don't know how that compares America to get to the dialogue table. That is the view of Comrade Dennis. What is your take?
Well, this is what I see going on if we start investigating American domestic and foreign policies and wondering whether their actions may favor our restoration quest. Essentially, the worst case scenario or the best case scenario can happen. If somebody files a court case and then gets somebody tried and get convicted, it still doesn't matter. It just means that we are not taking a proactive stance. The strategic overarching view of American foreign policy in that Gulf of Guinea region has to be considered. We have a very important country bordering us on the east, on the west, Nigeria. We have Central Africa having situations with Russia coming in with the Wagner group. We have a very volatile sub-region. American foreign policy in that sub-region is right now predicated on the preservation of the sovereign states. Here is it. The hegemonic powers will be maintained, whether they are rogue or dictatorship. Sometimes they will patch them and keep them going. So when we look at the pronouncements that has happened in the United States and in the whole international arena and what we call the international community, if you monitor their pronouncements regarding our matter, they have always had this preamble: territorial integrity. They will take pains to talk about we maintain the territorial integrity of countries. They are doing that for the purpose of sending signals that whatever solution is coming, we need to preserve the territorial integrities of this country in this sub-region. Nigeria is an important country. It will not break because of the Biafran issue, regardless. Now, our question now, and our matter, and our preliminary problem is in defining the terms of sovereignty in this sub-region, so that when we start having someday we may influence the executive branch of an administration, maybe the Biden administration, to reconsider this whole concept of preambling and defining territorial integrity and precluding our case. But that job is our task. That is our task, and we have already defined it legally. But the legal case only constitutes 30% of the totality of our picture. It was our job to go and lobby, explain, get our people back at home to understand that they are not Cameroonians, understand that our representatives in Cameroon have been compromised. All those things are continuous education. But what it means is that we have to be united under one philosophy or quote unquote ideology, so that these types of things can happen. We may use it to our advantage, but the main thing is to let United States understand that they are dealing in a region where there were supposed to be two sovereign states. And until we define that, we are not going to go anywhere. They have just passed a law as their strategic foreign policy, and we may take advantage of it, fine, but I don't think that we should be considering it in any greater sense as if that will help our revolution. What should help our revolution is to make our interests align with the United States strategic interests in that sub-region. And they had already told us long time ago, after the Green Tree Agreement was concluded in 2006, that, and this is when we were doing a lobby in Washington, D.C., go find a country to recognize your sovereignty. And while doing that, get organized. These two tasks we have not done. 2006 and it is 2023. We have not reorganized. We are not united under the sovereignty doctrine, which defines us as a separate and distinct people.
Who do you expect to do that, comrade? Who do you expect to do that?
Well, here's the thing.
Really?
You say, who do we expect? In every society, you have people who have, by virtue of their advantage in education, they call them the elites, gotten to a state where they know more, they understand the matter. In 1959, Foncha essentially was the president or the head of state of the Republic of Southern Cameroon. He did not know. Otherwise, there would not have been the resolution 1342 granting that plebiscite nonsense in 1961. But since we understand this, our facts of history, how do we stop this cycle of always not understanding our entitlement rights? We have an entitlement right by virtue of United Nations Article 76b to independence. We have already attained independence by virtue of the termination of that.
We hear you, but, comrade. We agree with you. We have already attained our independence, but you are listing things here that you and me should be doing. The problem is we do more of the talk and actually do the actual work.
Comrade, you know that we are confused, and if you want to do something, we probably have to just ask ourselves, when have we ever had a conference where we came to understand our problem? We managed one in Lagos, which kind of did not last long. But when have we done something called SWOT analysis to figure out what our problem is in this revolution? We each come into this revolution at different times. And when we come into it at different times, we do not take time to investigate the problem, the root cause of our problem. So each person comes with its own solution, which is
Are you saying we do not know the root cause of our problem?
No,
for 6
if we
years?
knew it, if we, yes,
comrade, Atemdong will tell you, I know he knows the root causes of the problem.
If we knew the root cause of our problem, we would not have been creating several sets of government since 1984. These are facts the world needs to know. The international community knows that we are not, we are disorganized. We have not understood that Cameroon has literally recolonized a sovereign state. Until we make that clear, they're just going to keep pronouncing territorial integrity of one and indivisible Cameroon. Cameroon is one and indivisible because they are Republic of Cameroon, whose independence was had in January 1st, 1960. We are one and indivisible because we had an independence on October 1, 1960. These two countries came to form a confederation. It has failed. It has been dissolved by an act of parliament. Let's tell this message to the rest of the world that we are being now recolonized by another country.
That is a message we have carried around for the past 6 years in counting.
No, sir, we haven't, because we came in and created an interim government, which now called Federal Republic of Ambazonia, which caused consternation all over the world. People are asking,
What is happening? How many sovereignties can you have, or how many governments can you have relating to one sovereignty? This is a matter we cannot hide under the rug. Okay, let me explain something. On February 28th, people do not know, there was a conference held in Abuja called Conference on Insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea. I attended it. The European Union president was the chairman of that conference.
Let's not go that far. I would still like you to clarify on this subject. What would you have done in the place of what Sisiko did in 2017?
Oh, simple. We were all uniting under that universe called the Secretariat, the Southern Cameroon United Consortium United Front. That was supposed to be. No, wait. Let me finish, sir. We came into Lagos as disparate groups, but we succeeded in doing something that has never happened in our revolution. We created a structure called a secretariat that adopted best practices. In that universe, there was now the chance that we will harmonize our disparate ideologies. We did not allow that to continue, and we did something which was against another resolution adopted by at the Capital Heights Conference. The Capital Heights Conference has clearly proscribed the creation of any more entities in the Ambazonia Revolution. You should get Morris to publish that resolution and also the video segment when the Capital Heights Conference resolution was adopted. There you will hear the over 500 Ambazonians attending, telling us to be united. And at that time, there were 7 entities. I will list them. Please, it's important for your audience to know. In order of entry into the Ambazonia Revolution: Republic of Ambazonia, 1984, SNC, 1995, SEYL, which is now APLM, 1997, Scapul, 2002, AGC, which is now AGOC, 2013, Consortium, 2016, and Morris. The second element of that resolution was this: create a secretariat that adopts best practices. Do you understand what best practices means? You take SWOT analysis to address issues of inconsistent ideology. That's fine. Then the last resolution was: do not create any more entities in the Ambazonia Revolution. Did you know that here? That do not create. The date was January 21st, 2017. It did not take long. That same February, we landed in Lagos and created the Southern Cameroon United Front. That was that secretariat. Should we have not allowed that thing to germinate fruit so that we could have been the united front? That was where we made
again, that is an interesting analysis. I wasn't in Lagos. I wasn't in all those conferences. But I know for sure that the Capital Heights meeting took place. However, we have one problem. I think you are partly right that we have one problem, that of groups here, groups there in this struggle. But the main issue with groups is that you have leaders. You have leaders who feel like they have some entitlement. They are entitled to lead us. When you look at all these organizations, I mean, the leader of Morris is still there from day number 1, no leave, no transfer. The leader of the APLM is still there, no leave, no transfer. The leader of RUA is there, no leave, no transfer. The leader of AGOC is there, no leave, no transfer. You come to the interim government, Sisiko is removed in jail, you say, I am not leaving. You remove Sako say, I was supposed to be president to you, Boya. You remove Marianta says, no, I am supposed to be the president. What country are these the leaders who are going to lead Ambazonia, a new country? They cannot even manifest for a second that they have the capability to manifest some democratic principles. This is our problem. Well, let me get to Dennis. I see he's itchy to say something there.
Yeah, now I want to say that Comrade Edwin is exaggerating the problem. I think he is not aware of the endeavors that other groups have made to clear, because we're essentially talking only of the Western world, because those are the only people who have even been magnanimous enough to listen to us. The reality of the matter is that no matter how long you present this thing to the Western world, they have their own interests, they have their own ideas, They are prescribing solutions to you. They are not listening to you. They don't even read what you write. So it is not as if we have not presented our case. No, you're making a big mistake. Remember that from Gojidinka spent all his time presenting that case. Up to today, nobody has listened to him. Molan John Littenberg spent all his time presenting that case. Up to today, nobody has listened to him. Other people have done the same. It is not for failure to present the case, my brother, that the international community is not reacting. The international community does not react in that way. They just allow you to fight until when they can absolutely not change anything, that's when they intervene. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. So you are blaming the wrong people. We have been doing what we. I agree with you that our divisiveness is our undoing. If we were to come together and say, look, we want to have two papers just on the root causes so that we have a universal case file that goes across for all the liberation movements so that all the liberation movements are speaking the same language. That would be great. In 1993, I proposed a universal case file, which we started putting together myself, Professor Katsananyangwe, Dr. Mfomfo, a universal case file that would have been shared to all the liberation movements so that we have a clear understanding of our matter and all the facts will be the same no matter who is presenting that case where. But it didn't go through. So this is a problem. Let us not keep blaming ourselves as if you are given the chance today, the international community will start listening to you. They will not. That's just the reality of the matter. I agree with you that many of our leaders cannot present our problem scientifically, cannot present our problem thoroughly so that everybody understands it. That is true. But the reality now is that what we need to do is to come together, agree on, even if we are coming together only to agree on a presentation that all the liberation movements can use after we separate, that will still be fine. I believe that we can move forward by having a coherent presentation that makes our case clear and succinct to everybody. That will help. But don't believe that the Western world will listen to you just because you have presented the case well. I just told you about the ambassador who has been doing everything, telling us that he's doing everything to get our case resolved. And I asked him a simple question, he couldn't answer because he does not even care to read. He just believes that because I'm from the Western world, I have authority to tell you what to do. They don't read anything we write. You listen to Ambassador Tibonagi all the time. Every single statement he made contradicted UN principles. Every single statement he made contradicted UN principles. So, what was he reading? Tell me, what was he reading? So, but after he left office, he has been making statements here and there. But when he was in office, every single statement he made contradicted UN principles. Just to tell you that their double standards is their DNA. As long as it concerns us, it is double standards. They will never talk about it clearly. So anyway, so Comrade Chris, let me come back to the issue. As I've told you,
briefly, so that we can move to the next subject and take some phone calls before you guys leave.
This issue of universal jurisdiction is important and it can help us as long as we strategize. All these arguments that Comrade Edwin is making emphasizes only what I have been saying all the time. That is to say, only a court will listen to those arguments, not politicians. Only a court will listen because the court has the competence and the tools to examine the evidence that you're presenting. When the Republic goes anywhere, it uses the influence of a sovereign state to say things and they believe them without any evidence, without any examination. So only a competent court will listen to that argument that Comrade Edwin is trying to make. Let us understand this. We need a competent court agreed upon by the two sides to hear the issues that divide these two countries. That is the only way we will come out of this thing. I can bet you that even if La Republic were to come to the table today, there will be no issue whatsoever because we can't agree on the agenda. They will have their own set of facts. Go talk about it. They will have their own interpretation. We'll have our own interpretation. We will never agree. That's just the reality of the matter. So let us move on, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is, we can sit here and do all the pontification and whatever that we can, but I believe only one thing will take us to the destination we want to reach, which is fire power on the ground. Fire power on the ground. And I really hope that all of us, we join our heads and our minds and everything, our resources together to see that we put funds together to restore that firepower on the ground. When I come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will get into the last subject, which is, was Canada all for nothing? Was Canada all for nothing? Stay tuned. It is going to 3 weeks since Ambazonians who went to Canada to dialogue with Cameroon returned home, and all the hope and hype they came back with seems to have died a natural death. Last week, Cho Ayaba, John Mba Akuro, and Yerima promised a Saturday press conference that will finally disclose what they agreed upon in Canada with La Republique, but suddenly called it off. They called off the press conference for another day in the future. Up until the Bulge press conference, they were always quick to tell anyone who cares to hear that Canada was a blessing, that the Cameroon regime finally agreed to sit down to negotiations, and a deep one in that matter that looks into the root cause of the 6-year-old war in the southern Cameroons. But as ABS reports, they have neither presented anyone with any recording from Canada, nor any piece of paper or document that spells out exactly what they agreed upon in Canada. All of this responsibility, they shifted exclusively to the Canadians. But as the 3rd week approaches, Canada has not put out a single paper as per what they agreed or discussed. That is, if there was actually anything they agreed upon. ABS has gathered authoritatively that the regime in Yaoundé was supposed to approve the letter of the statement from Canada before any formal statement could go out. But Yaoundé reneged. They have left the Canadians very frustrated and also very disappointed, to the extent that they now appear to be more worried for their reputation than those whose fate was on the table. Canada was expecting Cameroon will commit to the Canadian document before Paul Biya goes out for his New Year's address. Biya was expected, according to the feeders from Canada, to release political prisoners, call for a cessation of hostilities, and endorse the Canadian roadmap. That never happened. In fact, Paul Biya didn't even make any reference, not a single reference to anything happening in Canada. He expressed no remorse for the killings and the war in Ambazonia. Instead, he referred to Ambazonian fighters and leaders as terrorists he must root out of existence. something that met with irritation and resentment from the camp of those who were in Canada. Writing on the social media, for example, AGOV members scolded Paul Biya and accused him of betraying the Canadian good spirit for not making any reference to it in his New Year's speech. It appears like this is what prompted the hastily announced press conference of last Saturday that was never to be. It is alleged that the press conference was postponed because Biya was scheduled to address members of the diplomatic corps in Yaoundé and would use the forum to talk about the Canadian peace meetings. And yes, Biya actually met with the diplomatic corps last Friday, January the 6th. But no, Canada's tea was never mentioned, directly or indirectly, by him. Speaking to the diplomats and members of his cabinet, all Biya did was acknowledge in a veiled manner that war, and I quote, affects innocent people, end of quote, and leaves a negative impact on the economy. He did not say directly that he is negotiating or is about negotiating an end to the war, but rather only veiled and unambiguously referenced negotiations. He said it is incumbent upon every state to take the necessary and useful measures to maintain peace within its borders or with its neighbors. Biya said, maintaining peace within its borders? Yes, that's what Biya said. Does he sound like a person who is ready to sit down and negotiate a peaceful settlement to this conflict? Of course not. Peace within its borders is a vague reference to their one and indivisible Cameroon, of which they suppose Ambazonia is part. The problem here isn't with Paul Biya though. It is with these Ambazonians like Cho Ayaba, John Ba Akuro, Yerema and others who were in Canada who cannot rightly read between the lines of Mr. Biya's statements. Some of them still living in denial that the Canadian meetings were a manipulation, continue to think that Yaoundé is coming out tomorrow to confirm that indeed they reached an agreement in Canada. They have even jumped at Biya's mention of, and I quote, I would like to reiterate here that Cameroon remains committed to the peaceful resolution of conflict through dialogue and negotiation, to mean that Paul Biya was making reference to Canada. He was not. Paul Biya was making direct reference to the war between Ukraine and Russia, not about Ambazonia. He was speaking in general terms, and that's the reason Canada remains mad and feels used. If these Ambazonian stakeholders went to Canada in good faith, the right thing they should be doing now is to step out and tell Ambazonians what went wrong. Was there any agreement between them and the Cameroon side? Who was seated in those meetings on the side of Cameroon? If there was any agreement, what stopped them from publishing it the the day they left the meetings? Why has Canada remained very silent when, as the facilitator, it was supposed it was being awaited to publish a document to the effect of this agreement, if there was one? All that we see are attempts to control the damage and making believe in grandstanding for a Canada something that no one has seen and may not see. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, that those who went there stop pushing Cameroon's agenda. and tell the world, and Ambazonians in particular, that as in the past, they scaled the odds and took the Canadian invitation in good faith, but that once again, Cameroon came with manipulations. This approach is necessary for a quick and clean closure to the Canadian so-called meetings. Continuing to hang on it, pretending that something is coming out of it when it doesn't exist, is like trying to get water out of the rock. This Canadian adventure should be assessed, mistakes corrected, and then we move on. Absolutely, absolutely. That is my position. And comrades, Martin, Dennis, and Edwin, I have no doubt that the comrades who went to Canada went out of good faith. They went with good faith, and they just thought maybe the Republic for a moment can honor its own or her own promises. They did not. The same type of manipulation that we saw in Fumban, where they went to Fumban with a constitution prepared. They went to Canada with their own agenda. And once our people resisted that agenda, they have since refused to endorse or even say a thing of what happened in Canada. The problem is that our people, instead of coming out to say, Cameroon has manipulated us again. What happened in Canada was an extension of their grand national dialogue. Our people are trying just to do some damage control without being frank to Ambazonian people. I think as of now, our people are supposed to come out to say, listen, we went there in good faith. We went there in good faith, but unfortunately, Cameroon did not keep her own side of the bargain, and now we have to tell you what happened. That is a problem. So, Barrister Martin, I will start with you. Do you think in any way different from the way I think here? Barrister, I think your audio is muted. We're not hearing you. While you do that, Comrade Edwin, give us your take on what is happening with Canada.
Comrade Chris, I have a saying that Cameroon will never be Canada. They all pretend to be bilingual. Well, Cameroon pretends to be a bilingual country, but Canada is a real bilingual country. Canada treats Quebec with all due respect constitutionally as far back as the last century, where they had a constitution that guaranteed the Quebecois distinct right. In 1997, the Maastricht Accord reinforced the rights of the Quebecois in Canada to exist as free people. We can never aspire to be even seeing that happen in Cameroon. So let's just say that we need to be looking at this thing as to where our solution has to come. There was a meeting organized by the European Institute of Peace in May 28, 29, 2019. All the entities in Ambazonia Revolution were invited. You were not there, but maybe you were represented by Yerema. Yerema was there. Okay, but here's the importance about that meeting. And what is happening and is strange is that the people of Ambazonia do not know about what is valuable for them. I've mentioned I mentioned in my last conversation a very important resolution called the Capital Heights Resolution. They don't know about it. But the European Institute of Peace called us in a capacity workshop. In that capacity workshop, that was the first time all of us came in. We all do not really have the same common ideology, but we were able to agree on one thing, that our strength is our sovereignty.
Our weakness is our disunity. Here's the question that needed for anybody to answer. What is our
Comrade,
sovereignty?
you keep on talking about the
I'm,
need.
I'm
The
going
need.
to come back to
Hold on there. You know I am the anchor man here. You keep on
yeah.
talking about this need for unity, coming together, doing things under an umbrella. But the problem is that the leader of your organization, Goji Dinka, would not want to belong to anything that he is not leader. That's the problem.
No. You've just inherited the bias that was taken over by people who did not want to reason with what was the process at the time when Gajidinka was working in deconstructing the false edifice of Cameroon legally, which was everything he was doing. He was requesting at every juncture collaboration with SCNs, and actually with Cameroon Anglophone movement, with the Southern Cameroon's People's Movement. I was there. I was watching it, and SCNC. And we have the records to prove that. We have the documentation.
You may be right, but I'm talking of the present, though. I'm talking of the present. You talking about yesterday. I'm talking about the present between 2016 to today.
Well, here's the point, Brian. Part of the problem, our revolution did not start in 2016. If anybody
I gave you, that's why I say I am talking of the present, and the present is 2016 to today.
Okay. Yes, and at that point when I'm saying, if people came in 2016, all they needed to do is add value. You are excited about your country being subjugated by Cameroon. The subjugation is the subjugation of your sovereignty. Now, please join and work with what was already in place, which was already the
That is the problem. That is the problem.
You have to.
That is the problem. Work with what was already in place, which is Godi Dinka. We have the same problem with Weaver, thinking that without him, nothing can work. We have the same problem from group to group, to group. Each leader hanging in there, and thinking, if it is not me, it cannot work. That is our problem.
The facts. I'm not here presenting. I'm defending the sovereignty. Gajindinka defended the sovereignty from.
We are all defending our sovereignty. There is no single Ambazonian out there who isn't defending the sovereignty of Ambazonia, but the ability for the leaders to lay down themselves and say, let us work together is not there. Goji Dinka want to remain the president of Ambazonia till he dies. In fact, he is grooming his son to take over from him. These are the problems.
It's getting childish. When you say things like that, it really doesn't make sense. Can you produce me documents?
I am giving you facts. I am giving you facts of the matter that this. Yes, go on.
I'm saying to you that if we came in 2017 and you wanted to add value, you would have done your due diligence in researching what was
you were on the table. I wasn't there in 2017. You were on the table there. You had the meetings. You had all the conclaves in Lagos, in DC. Well, you know what? Let's not digress from the subject now. Let's not digress from the subject. Let's move on. That's a discussion for the whole other day. Let me get back to Comrade Martin. Give us your take on this Canadian thing, please.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that I would demur a bit or be a bit hesitant to condemn something which I don't know what the outcome was, what they were doing, why they were even there. Nobody has really said anything. So to condemn something, it's a bit difficult. But you made a statement that most people went there in good faith. I don't think everybody went there in good faith. There were some people who went there just because the Swiss process was being managed by the interim government. They found themselves outside and they were looking for the opportunity to grab the initiative. So when this new opportunity came, despite whatever shortcomings might be there, they took it 100%, knowing that it's an opportunity for them now to get back to the center and take the initiative and be doing. If you call that good faith, then I don't know how we defend good faith. Some of the questions, we had people who asked 1,000 questions about the Swiss. They wanted international guarantors, they wanted commitment, they wanted their list was as long as a shopping list. When they were going to Canada to blink, did they ask those same questions in Canada? That was the type of questions which worry me. So I don't know. I cannot really condemn a process. I'd rather wait to see if they say it's pre-talks. I don't know what they are talking, to be honest. We are guessing what it was and what is here and there. Unless you give me some concrete thing what they've said for me to condemn or praise it, I don't even know what they are doing. So well, it's not very clear.
That is a problem in the whole thing, isn't it? That is a problem in the whole thing. We have people going there to represent you and me. Some people have said Chris is not happy because he wasn't there, and I have said, listen, whoever goes anywhere and bring independence to Ambazonia, we will hail that person and praise that person. If that was the case of Canada, we will all be celebrating and giving praises to where praises are due. That isn't the case. What went on was wrong from day number one. Even the Swiss are saying the process is horrible or was horrible. You go and you sit in the meeting for 2 months. You never come out to issue a press statement for once to explain to the people you are representing what you are discussing. The meetings are over. You are shouting around that finally we'll reach an agreement with La République du Cameroon. Where is the agreement? It's going to 3 weeks. Nobody has seen a piece of paper. The mediators or the facilitators, the Canadians remain mute, and everything is shrouded in secrecy. This is the problem, and this is the premise of our discussion.
Yes, Comrade Chris, I still believe that these processes going on, a lot of them are so flawed. And I don't think our independence is really coming from those places. You made a statement, our independence is coming from firepower on the ground. It's the war we are fighting that will push us ahead. Never mind, Chris, the division. In South Africa, when they were having their own independence, you had Inkatha movement from Mangosuthu Buthelezi. You have Bokutotwana. You had a leader there who did not want independence. You had the guys you had the Communist Party, for crying out loud. The division, Ambazonia, was a joke. It's a joke. The division was there. Even if you go to Zimbabwe, you had Joshua Nkomo fighting Mugabe, where there was a genocide in Matabele land. So are we the first people to be divided fighting for liberation? Let's just keep fighting. On Comrade Edwin, I don't know whether he wants to be a professor of history. Everywhere he talks, everywhere you read about Edwin, it's about Zaria this, uphill that, Lagos this, 2017. It's so historical. We have a war on the ground. Whatever the past was, whatever procedural improprieties, they've been consummated by time. Why do I waste my time keep talking about Zaria, keep talking about Lagos? Those things are gone. Let's move now. We have a war on the ground. We raise money to fight that war. We move. Even in our division, we keep moving. I don't see why we are confusing this story.
This money has been mentioned. The reason I say that is because people are not aware of information behind the scene. Okay, you think that before 2016, ROA, Republic of Ambazonia, was just sitting idly. We had already been dealing with the foreign governments. We have been dealing with, we had contacts with people who were sovereign states. And right now, we were actually having dealings with Nigeria. They told us not to provoke La République du Cameroon. That was 2013. We had the Calabar Declaration in 2013. All these things.
Comrade Edwin, you don't understand what I'm saying. Why, before you answer me, understand the point I'm making. All what you're saying might be correct, but we're not interested in that history anymore. We've made those mistakes. Let's move on.
You're intervening again. You have to allow me to connect the dots. You understand when you say you want to fight a war and you have these divisions back at home, when people cannot even prosecute the war, we have nickeling and diming ourselves. Meanwhile, that is not the way to fight the war.
We don't want to prosecute the war. We are prosecuting the war. Oh, man,
we're not supposed to fight war as a group. Please, I have to finish this. You guys have been talking. This is the point I'm making. We had to fight the war when it came to it, after we've exhausted all remedies, when we are the sovereign state. And that is what is requirement we were supposed to make. The United States knows.
So should we stop the war now and restart properly, or what? I don't get this point.
About stopping the war.
There is no need to we don't understand you. Should we stop the war and restart properly? I don't
Because we
understand
can
you.
do
Why you keep
better. We
talking
can
to
do
me?
better. We can
I
do
don't
better. We
understand you.
no. If you do not
We
understand
could
me,
have
then
done better, but we are doing what we are doing. Should
we
we stop
cannot
the Should we stop the war and restart it properly?
we risk destroying Ambazonia with what is going on now. This is a genocide in making. We
Correct.
need to
I
reconsider.
agree. No need explaining. I assume all what you are
Let
saying
me
is
listen to
true.
me. You
Should we
said it, but
stop
I
the
have to
war and
explain you.
restart it properly?
Let me explain how do we acquire power. Do you understand how power is?
Edwin, don't explain
No,
again. Please don't
No,
explain.
please.
I'm not
it's not
understanding.
explaining. The
Edwin,
Amazonian
I'm not
people are
Comrade,
understanding. Stop
comrade,
explaining. I don't
comrade.
understand what the
Let
guy
me
is
Please,
saying.
just
Why is
bring in
explaining?
Dennis
the
to.
audience need to
yes,
know that the audience
Let
need to
me
know
let
that
me
Comrade
there's a
bring
Chris.
better way
in
to
Please, I
fight the
Dennis
don't
war.
to.
understand you, to be honest.
The audience
Don't
need to know
explain. I
we
don't
need to fight the
understand.
war as the sovereign state. Let me explain you something. We cannot be afford to losing our lives by fighting this group formation as we are. We need to fight the war as the sovereign state, and we are capable of doing that.
So
Comrade
should we
Edwin,
stop the war
how do
and
you
restart it
fight
as
a
a
war
sovereign
as a
state? What are you
sovereign
saying?
state?
We can leap
Oh
over this.
dear.
We can leap over this
Please,
confusion by
maybe you are
calling
understanding this
Professor
guy. I
Randall.
don't understand him.
All right, all right,
Comrade
all
Chris.
right, all
Comrade
right.
Chris. You are with me in
Comrade
Phnom Penh. You
Edwin,
are with me in
Yeah.
Phnom Penh.
when we get to your
You
point,
can
I
leap over this
believe on
problem
a
by calling
different
for an
occasion
inclusive
that
referendum. Why you guys
here
trying to
now
think
for
that
I
we're
don't
today,
gonna do
let's
this
move
understand
on,
him, to
Okay.
be
let's move
honest.
on, let's move on, and let me give
Is this the way to
Comrade
fight the war?
Dennis
This is not the way to fight the war.
the last word on this subject, and then I will open the phone lines for our callers to call in. Comrade Dennis, go on, please.
Yes, Comrade Chris, I totally agree with the analysis about Canada. Everything was wrong about it. We don't know who is representing us. We don't know what they are talking about. Everything is wrong about Canada. And those who claim to be representing us have not even had the courtesy to brief us on what happened. Even the press conference that people were planning to hold and so on, we don't know what it was about. At least if you are representing people, you should have the courtesy to inform them about what is going on. But they say that they already entered into a pact of secrecy not to say anything about it, even though they are representing us. So if you ask me who is representing us, I don't know. If you ask me what they are talking about, I don't know. But I want to say something. All that I know is that it was critical for all Ambazonian leaders to go to Canada because going to Canada will give you first-hand information about what is going on. You have the chance to influence events. Even if at the end you disagree, you'll be able to tell the people clearly why you disagreed and what transpired. As I have said time and again, if you remember in Sarko's government, I told the people that no dialogue would take place because clearly, as I have said, you cannot resolve annexation through dialogue. It cannot happen. So Cameroon knows very well, even more than we do. Cameroon will manipulate,
But
tell,
you are one of
promise, but at the
Comrade
last minute
Dennis.
it
You,
must
you
fail.
you confuse
Yes,
me.
yes.
You confuse me when
No,
this
I don't
Canadian
confuse
thing.
you. Listen.
When
No,
hold
listen
on.
very well. Listen very well.
No,
I
no,
have
hold on,
said
hold
that
on. You know, I've been
everything was
reading you
wrong.
all this while. When this Canadian thing
Yes,
came
yes.
up, you suggest. I mean, you're a member of cabinet here anyway. You suggested
Right.
that your first suggestion was we shouldn't go. Now you have been writing that we should have gone there. We should always go there. Now you are saying you told us a long time ago that no dialogue will resolve Ambazonia. So how are we going to get Ambazonia without sitting at the negotiation table?
No, the value of going to sit down, the value of going to explain the value of going to sit down as long as the any talks are holding outside of La République de Cameroon and before third parties. It enables you to give first-hand information about your own point of view to the international community because, as I've already said, these people don't read anything we write and they don't care even to remember it. So if you go to any talks, you have a chance to put down your own agenda. You have a chance to communicate directly with third parties and tell them your own point of view. And from there, if you are disagreeing, you disagree with La République du Cameroon. Because as I've also said, even if dialogue were to hold, I will never agree on the agenda with La République du Cameroon. So there is no confusion here. I have always told us this same point that this is a case of annexation. It cannot be resolved through dialogue until a declaration is made on two issues: the status of our territory and our right to external self-determination.
Who has to make the
After a
declaration? Who makes the declaration?
a, a competent court of law. For example, in the case of Sudan and South Sudan, they accepted to go to the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague to rule. It is after that that all those the dialogue took place.
But
So we can agree with La
the case
République
of
du
Sudan
Cameroon.
is different.
Listen,
Sudan, the southern
no,
Sudan
it is not. It is
wasn't
not.
considered
It is
an
not.
independent state as ours.
It is not. It is not. It is not. It is a case of a people claiming a right to their territory, just as we are doing. What I am saying is that if we agree with La République du Cameroon for a panel of internationally competent judges to hear the matter between the two sides, and if we can agree on that, that will be a case of arbitration. We can refer the matter to the Permanent Court of Arbitration and submit these two issues, the status of our territory in international law and our right to external self-determination. Once there's a ruling on these two issues, the matter is now clear to be resolved through dialogue. But currently, La République would never accept dialogue. And even if it accepts, the two sides will never agree on the agenda of that dialogue. Even if they were to agree on the agenda of that dialogue, they will never discuss the substantial issues, because for any substantial issue to be discussed, the status of the Southern Cameroon must first of all be resolved and declared before we can move to substantial issues.
We
So
are all
this is
agreed.
it. So,
We are all
so
agreed.
my problem with Canada was simply that we refused to go. We were supposed to go there, put down our own agenda, see what is happening, and then if we are refusing to participate, we take a position based on what we have
But
seen on the
people who
ground,
went there
not
and
based
put
on
down
hearsay.
their own agenda
It
up
doesn't
to today,
matter.
we
You
know
are talking
nothing.
about what somebody
Cameroon
else
has
did.
not even
You are talking
acknowledged that there
no.
was anything like
You are
Canada, and they
no,
called
it
for it.
doesn't matter. No, you are talking about what somebody else did. If that person did not go, you will not be able to talk about it.
Because
It
we
is
knew that
important
it was not going to lead to
no,
anywhere.
no, that is a presumption. That is a presumption.
But now
Give
with
it a
with the
chance.
benefit of the hindsight,
No,
we know.
no. Even with me saying that annexation cannot be resolved through dialogue, I will still go for dialogue for the reasons that I've explained to you.
Of
Not because
course,
I know that
if
it
the
will lead to
playing
a
field,
result,
if
not
the
because it will lead to a result, but because I know that it will change the dynamics and the course of events.
you go
Because
for
you need
dialogue
to
where
impress.
you
You need
perceive
to
the playing
impress. You
field
need
is
to
level.
no. These things take years. It is not through one dialogue that you will resolve this issue. You need to impress on any facilitator that this is a matter of annexation. What we need is either a referendum for the people of
But we
Southern
did
Cameroon,
that,
an
right?
exclusive referendum,
We didn't go. We
or
sent them a letter to that
no,
effect.
that
But
is a
listen, there is
different
no
matter.
time
That
now.
is it.
We're going to
You
talk
see,
about. We
okay,
will have time to come back to this
okay,
subject, possibly in another show. But
all
for
right,
now, because of time, let us move on.
okay,
Comrades, thank you. Listen, we're going to have a brief break out in the next 50 seconds. We'll come back. We'll open the phone lines and take your calls from any part of the world. Stay tuned. All right. Thanks for staying put in there, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, I am going to open the phone line. And for those of you watching from Ground Zero, I love to hear from you. But of course, those of you in the diaspora too, I like to hear from you. When you call, you have 1 minute maximum to make your point. And please, before you call, make sure that you turn down the volume of your TV set and focus on your handset, on your phone. Turn down the volume of your television set and focus on the phone in your hand. So the phone line is open right now for your call. So go ahead and call in. Let's know what you are thinking from this conversation today, and what you think of the show too. Will be appreciated to give us your opinion. So again, the phone line is open and you have it right there on your screen. All right, I guess we have the first caller here coming in. Let's see. Hello.
Hello, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Good to hear from you. If you like, call me Chris or call me Comrade Chris. It's okay. Where are you calling from, please?
Yeah, this is Comrade Frank. I'm calling you from the great city of Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
used to Mr. President. That is what I want to go by, and I want to say hello to all the other comrades on the
Okay.
including the viewers. Yeah, my concern is that we have been hearing people. I mean, just going from what Comrade Edwin was saying, we know that this struggle began in the 1960s, and
You have less
on
than
the
1 minute to make your point.
banjo.
You have less than 1 minute to make your point.
Yes, the Banjo, Litombe, and all of them, they engage and I think exhausted all available means possible. If it is about talking about the courts, I mean, we got a ruling from the Banjul, and all of that stuff. So, if we are still talking about all these things, to me, it doesn't make sense. I hadn't believed that there are only two fronts that we have to pursue at this moment. One, firepower on the ground, and two, diplomacy. Those are the two areas we should be going there. We don't have to be running, begging La Republic up and down. We need to puncture all their tires, get their pockets burst, and when they start feeling the pinch of what we're going through, they will understand what it means to declare a war against the people.
All right. Thank you for the call. That's an important point, and I think that is most people will think the way you do. I think right now, La République du Cameroon has absolutely no motivation to go to any dialogue or negotiations. They want until we begin to pummel them on the ground. That is it. All right. The phone line is open. I saw some phone calls coming in. Go ahead and call. Go ahead and call the number 346-504-3666. All right. All right. Let me give Barrister Martin to chip in something to the last caller about the need for firepower on the ground. Is it not logical, sir?
Comrade Chris, that is the key. Whatever will happen on the table, if La Republic will ever reach a table, will be dependent on what is happening on the ground. The problem is at this point in time, the ground is a bit quiet. There are maybe 2 or maybe maximum 3 LGAs or counties where there is fighting. The rest is a bit quiet. Although in a long revolution, some places took 19 years, some 20. There were ups and downs. You have periods which are low, you have periods which are high. So people should not misinterpret as if the revolution is dying. It's not dying. The ashes of colonialism never get cold. If you put a few resources in Momo today, Momo will still rise. If you put a few resources in Lebialem or you put in Jan, they will rise. So there is nothing about the revolution dying. It's just to put that firepower, put those resources. The groundwork is already there, and people will be fighting there. So I think we are in a good position. We just need to put resources. Hello?
All right, comrade, that is the point. Again, firepower is the way to go, and if anybody thinks that we can go to the negotiation table with La République du Cameroon today and make any progress, it's just not going to happen. In fact, right now, Cameroon seems to be celebrating and thinking they are winning because the firepower is reducing. Let's get to the caller here. Hello.
Hello,
Hello, sir.
yeah,
Oh, lost that call. Let's get to this one. Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from a republic.
Okay, and what is your contribution, sir?
My contribution is only that the way I'm looking things, I'm very, very confused, because when I'm watching you people, I believe in you, but when I'm watching Sako, I don't understand the ABC. So I don't know. So I don't know where we are going to.
So, are you not able to discern between what is truth and what is false? I know you are referring to the propaganda that they bring on ABC.
Yes, because when I look between two people, I'm confused.
Again, are you not capable of discerning what is right and wrong? Who is telling you the truth and who is being telling you falsehood?
As I'm saying, I'm confused because they are just there to criticize others, and I don't know where we are going to. That's why I'm saying I'm confused.
Okay, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When you know they are just there to criticize, they bring nothing on to build the struggle. What should you do? Ignore them, isn't it? Ignore them. All right. Thank you for the call. Let me get to other callers here, please. Hello.
Hello, Secretary Chris.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes, this is Mula Wunja. How are you?
Oh, the Honorable himself. How are you, sir?
No, fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to extend my greeting to Comrade Martin, Dr. Martin. Yeah.
All right.
And Mr. Edwin, in particular. Yeah, I have a question for him.
Yes, go on.
I have a question for Mr. Edwin. Okay? Mr. Edwin is saying that we are not fighting the war the right way. How many fighters does he have on ground zero that can make us to fight the war the better way to change the game? Can he answer that question? Since it was started at 2017 or 18, how many fighters do they have on ground zero that help us, that can change the strategy? Can he answer this question? It's Mula Wunja talking. Mr. Edwin, you know me.
Yeah.
So
all right, let him take the question.
This is where
Yes.
they always have to.
All right, thank you for the call. Thanks for the call.
You see, when you have a problem, you also strategize on the solution. This is how Republic of Ambazonia operates. We already had determined by 2013 that we will need, after exhausting the legal actions, which we did 100% succeeded in it, we knew that we will have to get Cameroon either to concede, or there will be one day the ability to force Cameroon through military action. That's why we were going out and requesting help from foreign government, and we were getting success. Okay, in 2017, February 28th, the entity that we were working with passed a resolution that the federal government of Nigeria should invoke the principle of territoriality, a very important doctrine in international law, which says that countries should observe their boundaries as obtained at the time of independence. Why that is important is when you have a problem and you strategize the solution, you will figure out how to acquire the necessary tools to get that solution done. If it came to fighting, we were going to fight as the Republic of Ambazonia. We're not going to fight as groups as we are not doing.
Comrade, that is the problem. That is the problem when you keep on thinking that the Republic of Ambazonia, the Republic of Ambazonia. Now, many gullible people out there do not understand when you make reference to the Republic of Ambazonia, because you are essentially referring to Goji Dinka's organization. You are not referring to Ambazonians as a whole. That is the education people do not understand when you make those statements.
Yes, it is. You have to define the sovereignty as constitutionally and as legally as possible. When you are dealing with a situation which is international law, which Cameroon has the ability to go out and lobby everywhere we've gone, as they've done right now in Abuja and here in Washington D.C., you are going to make a case.
How does that bring firepower on the ground?
Firepower means that we were supposed to have that recognition, and with the document of recognition, we can go to Wall Street and raise billions of dollars to make
that is a top-bottom approach. Let's get back to the phones. Let's get back to the phones, please.
Happening. We are going to waste another generation. Do you know what happened in the Makiza war?
Let's get back to the phones. We'll come back. All right. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Comrade Chris.
Yes, sir. Where are you calling from?
This is candidate from Norway.
All right.
Thank you for the great show. I must admit it's a great show. I appreciate all the panelists. Special thanks to Barrister Tumasan for his input. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yeah, special thanks to Barrister Tumasan for his input and his upfront in the discussion. Let me say this to Comrade Dwinga. Simple logic is like a thief has stolen your car and that same thief is pointing a gun at you. Instead of you removing your own gun and pointing at the thief, you are there complaining that this is your car and the thief is driving the car away. La Republic has taken our territory and put a gun on our head. Tell the people in Roa to go and contribute money and let's buy arms and fight La Republic. That's the only way out. Carrying this file since 1961 with all the offices in the world has not helped us. We need firepower on the ground. All the frontline groups should contribute money and give to the fighters on the ground to buy arms. That's the only way out. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Let's get to, I hope Edwin got that. Let's get to the next caller here.
If you allow me to answer, but you don't.
I think we lost that caller. Did we lost that caller? Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Where are you calling from?
From La Republic.
From La Republic du Cameroon. What is in your mind, sir?
Secretary Chris, I don't want to tell you guys that this war is not a childish thing. We should be serious for once and for good. Lele Africa, what is the man doing in our land, eating our cocoa every day and going further and further? The man in the governor in Southwest. We should have started from removing those people one by one. Burn their houses, burn their vehicle, send them out of our land.
All right. Thank you. I think we lost that caller. Hello. Hello, good evening, sir. I guess this is Germany.
Yes, sir. This is Germany. Comrade Chris, thank you for taking my call.
Okay, sir. Go on. What is in your mind?
Yes, I want to thank you for this show. It's a very great debate, and this type of show often, it defies us. I want to say that about the Canadian thing. You are very correct. You are very, very correct. I think most of the comrades, they went there with good faith. Although some people, they went there for ground standing or to be relevant. But when I see people like Bohebe in the mix, they go there with good faith, with the hope of bringing us something good. But we're disappointed because now we are not having any information from them. So we'll keep observing and we'll keep being very careful the way people are doing. The next issue I want to say is that I think the way forward is firepower, because the negotiation will matter on the firepower on the ground. La Republique is a little relaxed now because the war is relaxed on the ground. That's why they feel a little comfortable to be driving us left and right. Right. They're not crying again. So we have to increase the firepower. I want to thank Barrister Tumazan for his input. His input are very motivating because when he gives examples like South Africa and many other people who fought for their independence, it is giving me in particular that feeling that we are struggling, we are on the right path, but what is happening maybe is just normal human reaction. But since we are fighting for independence, we'll get to the point. So let him keep on with that spirit. It is really helping some of us. And then I think my last point will go to Comrade Edwin. Comrade Edwin should at least know that a struggle evolves. The only thing which is constant is change. He is too locked in a particular box. So let him think a little out and embrace the innovation, the evolve, how the innovation has evolved and to where it is, so that we can come together. And for you, Secretary Chris, please, you know, we believe in you, especially when you talk about unity. So don't relent your effort on that unity purpose. Please keep pushing it. You have the ability, and we are behind you. We support you to achieve that goal.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. They hear you. Let's get to the next caller here. Hello. Hello. This must be the Honorable Chairman Mike Fusi.
You guessed it.
You are live, sir. Go on.
All right. I have two questions for Comrade Edwin. The two questions are as follows. Given his insistence that the trucker has not been prosecuted rightly, we know we have made mistakes. We are not pretending. And his statement that we should have started from a position of sovereignty. He kept repeating that. So my question to you is this: how do we get to a position of sovereignty before going ahead with the struggle, given the fact that the organization of Godin Dinka, of which he is a member, has been doing this for so long? This war just started about 5-6 years ago. So if their process was so perfect, how come they didn't have this position of sovereignty up until 4 or 5 years ago? And my second question is this: is he now saying that if left to their organization, that ambazonia would have been free by now? Is that what he is saying?
Well, thank you.
Those are my two questions.
Thank you. I will give Comrade Edwin, please, not more than 1 minute, so that we can then. This is the turn of the listeners. Let's give them much more time to ask their question.
I believe, Comrade, thank you for the question. I believe based on what we were doing in Abuja, we would have had recognition. And this is because there are many things going underneath that you don't know. I'll make reference to the European Institute of Peace SWOT analysis that got us, these divided people, our universe of division. We agreed on one thing in principle, that the sovereignty was our strength. That was done in Brussels in May 28, 2019. If you use that analysis and you understand that Republic of Ambazonia has already deconstructed the fake one and indivisible Cameroon, constitutionally and legally, what is left for the Ambazonian universe, of this universe we call a revolution, is for us to come together under that platform where we attach it to with our universal rights as entitled by Article 76B, meaning we were entitled to sovereignty. Now, the definition of that sovereignty is already known legally. Okay, you want to fight the war.
The question, though, Comrade, the question the caller is asking you is: you have been in this, according to your own statement, since 1970 something. What stopped you from doing that in Rwanda with Gorgie Dinka?
It was a phase. It was by phase. There are 3 phases. It was by phase. No, it's a phase. It's a phase. There are 3 phases in Ambazonia revolution.
All right, please, let's get back to the callers. It's their turn now. Let's get back to the callers. Hello.
We exhausted the legal phase.
Hello. Hello.
We exhausted the legal phase.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, hello. Central Chris. Okay.
Please turn down the volume of your TV. Turn down the volume of your TV and focus on the phone.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Okay, this is Ma Pauline.
Good to hear you.
Thank you for reviving Ambazonians again. We are very grateful. We thank the panelists, and I want to talk to Mr. Edwin that we don't like spirit of discouragement. United States fought for their independence, and it's only 1/5 of the population that eventually stood firm. And now you are in the United States enjoying the same thing that they fought for. We are here to come together. So your Republic of Ambazonia, you have to encourage them, no matter how many people you have, we come together and do it. I want to take the opportunity to announce 3 days fasting that is coming next week. 16, 17, and 18. We're supposed to start it today, but we did not announce it. So everyone that is hearing, there's an audio out there that all the groups should come together. The fasting is not about group, it's about us. We can see how the revolution is collapsing. And so the people of Nineveh were fasting together because Jonah came and told them what the Lord told him that the city will be destroyed. And they declare fasting, public fasting. Even the king has to come down from the throne and fast. They declare fasting for the whole Nineveh. Because of the fasting that they did, God decided, now look at them and saw that they turned away from their evil and had mercy on them. He did not carry out the threat that he wanted to destroy Nineveh. Nineveh was not destroyed anymore. So I'm calling on to Ambazonia to come and cry unto God. No matter what group that you represent, it's not about group, it's about us Ambazonia who believe in independence. We come and cry out unto God, not to pray. Prayer is different from crying out to God. When you are praying, you are doing supplication and intercession. But crying out to God is a sign of desperation. Crying out to God is a sign of urgent need. Crying out to God is a sign that is showing that we have nowhere to go. We are secluded, like how La Republic is surrounding us and is using us. Cry out to God is a sign of helplessness, and we have nothing to do in that circumstances. So we are coming to cry out to God in one accord. Ambazonians, you are invited everywhere. And
when is that?
When is that? Going out, please.
When is that?
16, 17, 18. And we're going to come every day, 3 times a day. It has to go all at home and abroad.
All right.
And you know, when God saw that, God had to forgive them. So let us come together and cry out to God.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, 3 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Where are you calling from, please?
Hello.
I can hear you. Where are you calling
from?
From
La Republic, I'm calling from La Republic, Secretary Chris.
Okay, what is your contribution,
Hello?
sir?
Okay, Chris, I want to let you guys know that the French people are mocking us in the English French-speaking zone.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, go on. I'm hearing you.
The French people are mocking us because the war zone is very cold. The war zone is very cold. So you promised to give us devastation. We are waiting for that fire burning.
All right.
That devastation. Yeah, we should start from beginning from those governors, those the court and subprefecture. We should remove them from our land so that they should not eat our food and grow fatter, and the war is there.
All right, thank you.
Burning the house, remove them one by one, so
All
that
right.
they will know that the war is serious.
All right, thank you. Thank you. This is your second call, I guess, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to the next caller. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Chris. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Calling from where? Hello. That's bad network. Let's get to the next caller. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from La Republic.
All right. Can you raise your voice a little bit? I can barely hear you. Hello.
I'm calling from La Republic.
Okay. And what is in your mind?
I just want to say that a household divided into two can never be stand. A household divided in itself cannot be stand. You people have divided. You people have divided. I know that you people have failed Ambazonia. You people in diaspora, you have failed us. So because you people are so divided, so there is no way you can win this war because you are divided.
You must be speaking the wrong language and talking on the wrong channel, sir. We will win the war. Thank you for the call. Hello.
Hello, sir. Chris, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Calling from where, sir?
Calling from Mezam.
Mezam. Okay, this is the first call from Ambazonia. The rest are coming from La Republic to Cameroon. Do you people have light in town?
Yeah, there's light in town.
All right, your contribution, please.
Yes, I want to just throw more light to thank you guys in the studio. Your effort giving us courage here on the ground. And I want to say that the problem with the leaders of our revolution is because they want to take glory, self-glory. They want to be that the one that people should give them glory independently. That they should. That I'm the one that has done this thing. But we believe that if people come together as one, it will be easy for us to achieve it.
All right.
So, yeah. So we are trying to say is that if as leaders, if you can agree to come as one, to have meetings twice a year that you people can come and debate and share your ideas and go back on your different groups, then the world will see that we are going to a particular direction. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the call. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the last call for the day. I will give my guests 50 seconds each to give Ambazonians some hope for the days ahead. I start with Comrade Edwin.
Well, Ambazonians should know that the world will recognize us and will give up entitlement right to our independence. But we just need to do a little thing that we are not yet done. And it is just that we obey the rules of nature and the rules of man. This is an obligation for self-survival. So it is nothing else. We are not going to get that exemption from implementing rules that are known for in the engagement of interhuman relationships, be it war or diplomacy. And if we go back to that basic properties, like I suggested in my conversation today, respect the SWOT analysis verdict of the European Institute of Peace, implement the Capital Heights resolutions, we will be fine. But since we keep disobeying these rules, we are in this mess. And it is your duty, you, the listeners out there, to insist that these leaders who are hiding resolutions, like Maurice's organization, the South African...
I think the listeners out there disagree with you, though, because I am looking at their comments and they don't agree with you.
They don't know.
They
don't. They've been listening to the propaganda. They don't know these facts. These are facts coming from me. There's nothing that I said today which is politics.
All right, Comrade was 50 seconds. Let me move to Comrade Martin.
Comrade Chris, the only thing I can tell Ambazonians is the state of our revolution is still very strong. The fact that a bit of firepower has decreased on the ground means nothing. If you follow all the other revolutions, East Timor took 19 years, South Sudan took around 20 years, Eritrea took 20 years. There were times when the thing were up, everybody fighting, the time it went down, after it came back up and down. Nobody should be discouraged. Nobody should think that we are losing. No. Sooner or later, one or two things, people will strategize and come up. The revolution is still strong. Even if you go to South Africa, as I keep mentioning, when they were fighting, there was a period when there was a lot of activity. Joe Slovo and the rest were all over the place fighting. After it went quiet, then it came back. It happens in every revolution. So the fundamentals are there. The people know what we are fighting for. With due time, the firepower will come back. The ashes of colonialism never get cold. So if you are anywhere you are getting discouraged, Please don't be discouraged. Sooner or later, the firepower comes back, and we will be there.
Thank you. Comrade Dennis, please.
All I want to tell our people is that freedom never loses. Every day that dawns sees only more freedom gaining ground. So there is no way by which La Republique can defeat us, because there is no Southern Cameroonian who will accept that La Republique owns our territory. And therefore, this is a perpetual war until we get back our territory, we get back our independence. We cannot have our own country, and foreigners will come in and turn us into foreigners in our own land. No, the people of La République du Cameroon are complete foreigners in our country, and they must respect their boundaries so that we too can have our own peace of mind. So everybody should stay put. The most important thing now is for people to contribute the money to increase the firepower on the ground. Because although I am a peaceful person and I believe that this thing will end only on the table, we need the firepower in order to force La République du Cameroon to finally accept the terms on which we will negotiate. So this is absolutely important. People should not just say we want firepower. People should say, I am putting down money for the firepower. Right. That's the only thing that will change the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being part of the panel. This was quite reviving, and I look forward to having all of you back one of these days. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all that I have for you today. I look forward to coming back next week, same time, same channel, with the same show. We look forward to building on this. But before I go, I'd just like to remind you again, we are talking about firepower here, and the boys on Ground Zero will not use bare hands to initiate firepower. Go to ambazonia.com. Register, subscribe for your $20 a month, $10 a month, $50 a month, whatever amount you are capable of paying. Please let us do so we can see that firepower. There is no group out there, ladies and gentlemen, that will do what we are trying to do. What is happening? What is happening in the war declared against the Southern Cameroon's ambazonia since 2016 by the regime of Paul Biya in Cameroon? And tonight, I bring you what is going on within the corridors of power inside Yaoundé. Why did Cameroon make a 360-degree turnaround to say they did not contract with Canada nor with their own prime minister to negotiate this conflict? And of course, I'm also going to bring to you negotiations in the background for a one and indivisible team ambazonia to take us onto that negotiation table if and when La République du Cameroon decides to come to the table. At least now we also know who is running away. Who is running away, ladies and gentlemen, from the talks. It is not Ambazonia, it is La République du Cameroon, and we are going to do justice in dividing this truth tonight. Please, as usual, I expect you to go ahead, hit your share button, and let us get the platform completely saturated. Let's get the platform completely saturated. I have an exciting guest tonight that are going to do justice in the rightly dividing the truth or falsehood, whatever it is that is emanating out of Cameroon. We're also going to take a look at the Swiss initiative, or the Canadian initiative, or to call it the Canadian process. We're going to look at what we can make out of it. Our guest will be here. I will be joined by Chief Osisiko, Dr. Ebini Christmas, also with Barrister Martin Tumasang and Dr. Fidelis Atianjo. They will all be joining me eventually in the course of the show. Please, again, let's go ahead and hit the share button. If you are just joining, do me the favor, for those of you watching by way of Facebook, go ahead, send the link to every group of yours and let them know the anchor man is not live. He is alive, strong and kicking. Please do that quickly, and let me waste a few minutes to bring you some announcement before I get into the show proper. I'd like you all to know on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, we are appealing to all Ambazonians. Every Ambazonian, it doesn't matter the column in which you find yourself. We are appealing to all Ambazonians to show up on Sunday through Zoom and ABS television. We are hosting a one-of-a-kind fundraiser to support our suffering and struggling people on the ground in Ambazonia. It is not about where you belong, the group you belong to, because this is not about groups. It is about Ambazonia. We are appealing to you. Please join us on Sunday. If it is $50, if it is $10, if it is $1,000, it will add up and give us what we need to put in the hands of people who are sacrificing their lives on ground zero to defend and to free the country we now call today Ambazonia. Again, that event is coming up on Sunday, and please, every one of you, make sure that you plan. I know many of you are going to church on Sunday, but this event is not for 1 hour. It will start at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Amber. That is 1 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Texas, and 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Washington, D.C. time, California time, I don't remember, Mountain time, I don't remember, but ladies and gentlemen, that is what is coming up on Sunday. By coming together, putting funds together to support Ground Zero, we would have sent a strong message to La République du Cameroon. Ambazonia is finally beginning to speak with one voice, one people, one power. So again, please, let us galvanize our LGAs, our counties, our countries, and our regions, our families. Please, your $1, $10, $50, $100, $500, whatever you are capable of contributing on Sunday will add up to something to fund our defenders on the ground. Again, it is Sunday, this coming Sunday. It was first scheduled for Friday. We'll move it to Sunday to make sure that everybody can be accommodated. So please, do not say you are not a member or supporter of the interim government. You are not supporting the interim government by giving. You are supporting Ambazonia, the struggle for a free and independent Southern Cameroon. Let me assure you, this interim government is not the interim government of 2019, 2018, where you had my trip to Boya, 2019, 2021 with all the drafts. This is a new interim government that puts your money where you want it to be. We put your money where you want to see it to be. And we are damn resolved in making sure that we do that. So please, I encourage you, let us all show up on the Sunday. Gather on Sunday through Zoom. I guess the link will be out. And the payment options are already making the rounds also in the social media. Please, people are beginning to send in their money. I remember somebody called me yesterday and said, Comrade Chris, I am putting in $1,000. That lady sent that money from California. This is not propaganda place. The money came in from California, and the lady I'm talking about knows herself. We have a club of 20 people, ladies and gentlemen, a club of 20 people that we are hoping those 20 people can give us $1,000 each. Our target on Sunday is $100,000. $100,000 on Sunday. So we are looking for at least 20 people who will join the club of $1,000 donors. $1,000 donors between now and Sunday. If you want to say, Comrade Chris, I believe in what you are doing, I trust you in what you are doing, you want to join the club of 1,000, please, I urge you, call me directly. I shall be putting the phone number. Of course, I'm going to be taking your calls today, and the phone number will be on the screen. You can call that number when I put it up. Call me afterward to tell me you want to join the club of 1,000, or you can call me live when I put up the phone number to let me know that. Please, we need 20 Ambazonians, just 20 Ambazonians who will say, Comrade Chris, I am joining the club of $1,000. 20 people who will give $1,000 to free Ambazonia. I wish that I can sit here and explain to you the plans we have for Ground Zero, comrades. I wish I could do that. But of course, you know, I cannot discuss or expose the classified here on television. But for those of you who will be able to say, Comrade Chris, I am putting down $1,000, you will have the privilege to talk to me to understand what we plan in the days ahead. We must never let La Republic du Cameroon feel like we are getting tired, either fighting or giving. If we don't fight, we don't win. We don't fight, we don't win. And as I said last Monday, we do not surrender until we have won. Victory has to come, and we will continue to sacrifice. Last week I was talking to a Somaliland politician in Washington, D.C., and he said to me, the way they succeeded in freeing their territory was getting every Somalilander in the diaspora to contribute monthly to the struggle. Remember, they had their interim government based in Ethiopia, and they were so organized. Every Somalilander was making a contribution, especially those in the United States and in Europe. They were all making contributions. And so we have to do it. Remember, we have also launched ambadeals.com. ambadeals.com. We are pleading to every Ambazonian, considering the moment in which we are in this struggle. Nothing will stop us but money. Nothing will hinder us or delay us but the lack of flow of funds. And so we have put up our website, ambadeals.com. We encourage every Ambazonian, please log on to the website. You can chip in, you can choose to chip in $10, $20, $25, $50, $100, depending on your means, on a monthly basis. We have developed that website. What we used to call CID is no longer there. If you are still paying money on a CID platform, I'd like you to know that money does not go into the national treasury of Ambazonia. That money is going into private pockets. But when you go to ambadeals.com and enroll for your monthly contribution of either $10, $25, $50, $100 or more, those funds go directly into the national treasury of Ambazonia, and you can believe that that money gets on Ground Zero. So these are the two options we have put together, ambadeals.com and the launch this Sunday of our fundraisers. After we launch the fundraisers this Sunday, in the coming months, we shall be taking off with the county draft. We will go county by county as we have done in the past. Your county will draft, your LGA will draft, every region or county in Ambazonia will draft. But we haven't scheduled the dates yet. It shall be coming up really soon, a few months after this launch on Sunday. So ladies and gentlemen, that is what lies ahead. We plead that you will all mobilize in your LGA on Sunday. On Sunday, we shall go LGA by LGA, and every LGA will tell Ambazonians what they have contributed towards this launch. County by county, each county will put on table what they have contributed towards this launch. So that is what lies ahead, and we expect you to reach out to every Ambazonian, every group out there, to mobilize, ladies and gentlemen, before Sunday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying put there. As you must have heard or seen over the week, 72 hours after the Canadians put out a statement indicating their intention to host the peace process between La République du Cameroon and Ambazonia. And just 12 hours after, the interim government came out and supported the Canadian initiative. Cameroon put out a statement, ladies and gentlemen, rejecting, but not just rejecting, indicating they have never contracted with anybody to negotiate between them and Ambazonia. What went on? What happened? When we first received briefings and invitations for the Canadian pre-talks, we were made to understand that the initiative was the effort of Cameroon's Prime Minister Dion Ngute after consultations, approval, and firm backing of Mr. Paul Biya, their president. Mr. Biya and PM Dion Ngute did not only agree on the mission, the Canadian mission, both equally agreed on who will facilitate the mission. Canada was going to be the country to make it to happen. The reason why Cameroon pulled out of the Swiss process. ABS was told that both Mr. Paul Biya and his Prime Minister Dion Ngute were agreed that a military solution to the conflict is nowhere in sight, that Cameroon was running out of funding, and that people are being killed in the thousands. The international community, it is said, wasn't going to sit idle and see Cameroon just pulled out of the Swiss process without alternative solutions to a settlement process. Based on this, Biya and Mr. Dion Ngute agreed that Ngute carry out consultations with the Canadian government to take up the initiative. Canada accepted, carried out consultations with Ambazonian stakeholders, and summoned the controversial pre-talks. The pre-talks led to the announcement last week of a formal negotiation process by the Canadian Foreign Minister. Here at the interim government of Ambazonia, we came out and endorsed the process, promising, unlike in the past, to engage the process. However, not up to 72 hours after the Canadian statement, and barely 12 hours after this interim government promised to participate in the process, Cameroon leaders made a 360-degree about turn. In the statement issued by the Communication Minister, Rene Emmanuel Sadi, Cameroon utterly denied, ladies and gentlemen, that they know of anything as a Canadian process, adding that at no time have they engaged any internal or foreign parties to mediate the conflict. Interpreted, this statement basically suggests that their Prime Minister, being the internal party here, and Canada, the external entity, were never instructed by their government or the government of Cameroon to initiate the process. Both the Prime Minister and the Canadians were essentially or are essentially thrown under the bus. This notwithstanding, after the Canadians issued the statement announcing the formal process, the Prime Minister's office alone went to work last Monday. His staff met in a conference trying to figure out how to manage the internal communication process for their own end. Mr. Dion Ngute, we are told, has audience with Paul Biya every Friday to brief him on the state of the government, that is, the Cameroon government. But because of the importance of the Canadian statement, Dion Ngute didn't want to wait till Friday to meet with Paul Biya. This was a matter of emergency, urgency. And so the meeting in his office on Monday, last Monday, had prepared a communication to the presidency on how he plans to communicate the Canadian process. And then he forwarded it by courier. He forwarded the communication to the presidency by courier. That was again on Monday. After Paul Biya or the president receives and approves of the communication plan from the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, Dion Ngute, was then to hold a meeting with Rene Emmanuel Sadi, the communication minister, after which Sadi will then go out to formally acknowledge the Canadian process. But little did Dion Ngute know, he was acting all alone, on his own. Sources in Yaoundé have told ABS that once at the presidency, the communication from the PM was intercepted by presidential staff loyal to Ferdinand Ngo. Furious that the Prime Minister Ngute was endorsing the Canadian process, Ngo confiscated the communication, the courier, and then hastily summoned a meeting with Rene Sadi, Paul Atanga, Felix Mbayu, and a few others, from which they crafted or drafted the communication that was read on radio and television in Cameroon, debunking the existence of the Canadian process. Our sources say that, of course, they were aware that the Prime Minister was following up the Canadian process. Ngo knew that. But what surprised them and led to the action they took last Monday was the fact that Ambazonian groups, particularly this interim government, threw support behind the process, the Canadian process, and a firm participation in aid. Our source said, and I quote, none of them ever believed that Ambazonia, so known for their divisions and competition, will accept to talk unconditionally anywhere with the Cameroon government, end of quote. The source added that Ngo, Atanga Nji, Mbayu Felix, and Rene Sadi do not want the war to be over. They don't want the war to end because it provides them money, power, and prestige. They are where they are because the war is going on. And the man who wants to spoil their business is Dion Ngute, and end of quote, our source said. When Dion Ngute sent his plan, the communication, to Itude, the presidency, at around 1 p.m. on Monday, it was intercepted by Ngo's men. Immediately, Ngo and his group went to work to prepare a new and a countermeasure that will end the project and prepare their own. At around 7 p.m. on Monday, theirs was being read on radio and television. And the PM, the Prime Minister Dion Ngute, we are told, was never informed. Dion Ngute is said to have met with Paul Biya today We are yet to know about the outcome of that meeting. Two things are obvious here. Number one, Cameroon is more divided than Ambazonia. Come to think of that. Cameroon in North Ambazonia is running away from dialogue. But more importantly, the million-dollar question is, what is the international community going to do? Just ignore the intransigence of Cameroon, even as their soldiers kill and maim and decimate towns and villages in the southern Cameroons? The international community should stop talking and begin to act. Ukrainians are no more important human beings than southern Cameroonians. We are being killed in our thousands, but all the money and the ammunition go to Ukraine. When it concerns Ukraine, the international community sends money and arms. But when it concerns Ambazonia, black people in Africa, I believe they say, let them kill themselves. We don't care, I guess, is the attitude. Talking about the highest form of hypocrisy, maybe. And that is my talking point on the subject of the Canadian process. I am now being joined, ladies and gentlemen, again by Sisiko Christmas Ebony and Barrister Martin Tumasan. Sisiko, sir, it's a privilege to have you on News Talk for the first time.
Thank you, Comrade Chris. We are here. Let me just take this opportunity to convey to you our sense of humanity. I know that we've been having a lot of disruption, that we did not take time to tell you, Ashia, for the multiple challenges you've had in your family, the death of your brother and your dear wife. So on behalf of our good-natured Ambazonian culture, I say our condolences, and we pray that you've gone through the period. You're a strong man. You're handling things well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we are also being joined by a regular guest on this show, Barrister Martin Tumasang. It's a pleasure to have you again, sir. Unfortunately, I think your camera kind of disfigures you there a little bit, but we're gonna manage that. Good to have you, sir.
Good evening, Secretary Chris, and happy to join you again today.
Thank you. Sisiko Ebene, I am going to start with you, sir. You have been one of the stakeholders from day number one in this struggle, and you have done a lot, so much so from the background, though, something that a lot of people are not able to understand. You've done a lot of fundraising, talking to a lot of leaders from the background. Now, we have something here that looks like a window of opportunity. Number one, for a negotiated process. And number two, and what I consider an opportunity for all Ambazonian leaders to come together. But let me ask you this. What do you make of the sudden turnaround by a La République du Cameroon to say, do not just say we don't want to discuss, but that they never contracted Canada, nor their own prime minister, to go out negotiating for this? What do you make of that, sir?
Comrade Chris, I don't know. Are we live here?
We're live.
And you assure us that this thing, you're not going to cut it, everything is going to go to the people, what we have to say here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's get serious here. I am very glad. I listened very keenly to your opening statements, and I got a ray of light in it, because we as Ambazonians, we've been in a dark place. And I'm very impressed. If I'm here even on your channel talking to you is because we yearn for something amongst us that we have lost. I don't want us to waste time. I know my brother Martin Tumazang is there, man of big grammar. It is time we'll pass that time of grammar. Let's talk on the serious issues that concerns us. I don't even care about second guessing La République du Cameroon on the Canadian issue. All I get from what La République is doing now, the Canadian issue, is that it vindicates the people whom we talked negatively about and said there was no Swiss process. The only thing is that the Canadians did us a great favor. They did us a great favor that they put out an official statement as proof that everybody could see. A statement that was embraced by the whole world, the Pope, and other people. The only thing that was missing in the Canadian process is that the Swiss process, is that we had our brothers whom we did not trust, who also were not acting very well towards us, who also
let's set the record straight. Are you referring to the Canadian process or the Swiss process?
I am referring to the Canadian process, and also trying to also, including myself, to say that I take away the doubt that I had towards my brothers, saying that there was no Swiss process. Certainly, this vindicates the people who went to Switzerland to seek peace on the side of Ambazonians, but the way it went about, we did not have enough information to even see the footprints and the fingerprints of La République. So the Canadians have done us this favor, and a big favor, because of the Canadian process.
Well, comrade, hold on there. I think you are missing something in your analysis. You cannot say that there was no evidence that Cameroon was with the Swiss, because you remember, if Cameroon wasn't with the Swiss, Cameroon wouldn't have issued a statement saying we are out of Swiss in the first place, isn't it?
I don't know. Did we see that? We only saw a statement that said that they did not endorse any Swiss process.
Well, as we've seen one that says they didn't contract with anyone to negotiate in Canada.
Comrade Chris, if we are here talking even very positively about the Canadian process, is because the single letter from a Canadian minister, foreign minister, from a government, place us on the world stage that the Swiss did not do. We did not see such a letter from the Swiss government. We see this now. And me, as an honest man, who really spat on my brothers who went to Switzerland, now I can say that they probably were telling the truth that there was that process. No, not probably. They were telling the truth that there was that process, that Cameroon was in Swiss before it was not. Like Cameroon is in Switzerland, then now it is trying to say it is not. So that is what I'm trying to say.
I will let Barrister Tumasang come in here and give us his perspective on this. Barrister Tumasang, please come into this conversation, please.
Secretary Chris, I think we've been here before. We have seen in Cameroon where a team came and monitored elections, signed documents that the elections were free and fair, that they came from Amnesty International. At the end of the whole election, the process, Amnesty International said, we don't know these people. We don't know who these white people were who were there and signed all those documents on our behalf. It's the same thing La République is doing. La République, some people came from La République, maybe they are friends to a certain prime minister there. They arrived in Canada. They said they're talking on behalf of La République. First of all, in international law, prime minister has no power to bind the state of La République. The state of La République in international law can be bound by the minister and can be bound by the president or head of state. Whether John Gute sent if those people came, I'm sure Professor Anyangwe was there. to make sure that those people can bind the state of La Republique, he would have asked for a document from them. So where is your full powers documents signed by the foreign minister or signed by the president? Those people came there, they had no document, they had no powers. Yes, they are from Cameroon, maybe they are friends with some prime minister. What authority has this prime minister got to deal with this issue? Zero authority. So I don't even think that those people are there. Cameroon was there. Cameroon is correct to say that we have not mandated anybody. Can they show a statement from the foreign minister of Cameroon? Can they show me any statement from the president? When the foreign minister of Canada talks in international law, he binds the state of Canada. When the president or prime minister of Canada, who is the head of the talks, these guys who came to talk in Canada, how do I know they are even from Cameroon? I know they are friends to John Gute. John Gute has no powers. So I'm not even interested in what those guys did. So it's embarrassing in diplomacy that Cameroon sent some people, came and disowned them. But in international law, Cameroon has that right. We don't know these people. Our foreign minister never gave them a full powers documents. Our president never gave them full powers document. In the international plane, they cannot bind us. Those people are some low-level people sent from a certain prime minister from Tian. They cannot be bothered. It's embarrassing to Canada. Why did Canada not ask for the right papers?
Comrade, we were told at the beginning of these Canadian pre-talks that the person who initiated these talks was the Prime Minister in consultation and with the backing of Paul Biya. This is what the Canadians told us. So how then can we turn around to say the delegation that went to Canada was not properly backed up by the Cameroon government? Are you saying that the Prime Minister did not have the powers to appoint people to represent his country?
I'm repeating the same thing. He has no powers, Chris. In the international scene, the guy, even the head of the parliament, cannot go in international law and bind the state of Cameroon. If the person in the international scene is the president and the foreign minister that can bound that state. It is only in specialized areas. For example, the Minister of Health in a case in International Court of Justice, they've said that he can, because the issue was so technical, they can accept him that he bound the state which was involved. Otherwise, he does powers. Whatever he said means nothing. So, and then secondly, Chris, even our reaction, when the foreign minister talks, if we think that we are people, you don't go on Twitter talking, you don't go on Facebook. You have to send something in international law and in international diplomacy. They call it note verbal. So Ambazonia was to send a note verbal to the Canadian government to state its position. In the International Court of Justice, a non-verbal has been accepted as notification for this thing. And if you make a statement in the international organizations like in the UN General Assembly or other international organizations, that evidence has been accepted. We are there talking on Twitter, talking on this. The only person who wrote to a note verbal to the Canadian foreign minister was Republic of Ambazonia, and it is there. I'm not. I saw the letter, so I'm not at liberty to discuss the content. But at least he did it properly. A state, you send a note verbal to the foreign minister, he's bound his state. So you do it the way it is done in international law. You don't go on talking in Twitter. Social media is not accepted as evidence in International Court of Justice. So what we are doing here might not even too much value. I don't want to be going into the technicalities. We should get experts to be involved in these things, not anybody going a Twitter.
We will get to the aspect of experts. But I guess again, you are insinuating that Cameroon's prime minister did not have the standing to represent or send representation for Cameroon to Canada, which you are using that to justify. You are using that to justify the letter of Ngongo and Rene Sadi.
In international law, they are correct that Cameroon, the state of Cameroon, has not mandated anybody. This thing was mandated by some people. When those guys came to Canada, they should have brought a document from the foreign minister or the president called in international law full powers document to say that what we are doing here, we are signing it on behalf of the state of the Republic of Cameroon. Did they have such a document? Prime Minister, they don't know that we have a president. International law does not know this Prime Minister. They know the foreign minister who binds a state. They know the president that binds a state. This other, the head of parliament, the prime minister, those are subnational people. They can talk what they are talking, but
what is your take on this?
I think this is what I was trying for us to avoid. For us to spend time squander opportunities to be discussing all these things at empty intellectual level. Let us look at our own house. We have been given an opportunity that Martin is here and I am here, and we are on a Chris Anu platform talking. Is a seed that we are trying to plant to reverse all the nuances and the problems we've been having in-house. Because to tell you the truth, even if Cameroon did not withdraw or it stayed, we would have been having a lot of problems even with our own participation in Canada. So let us use this step back as an opportunity to talk on serious issue. I don't want to spend my time to speculate what Dr. Tumazang is saying is correct, where everything else is equal. In the setup of Cameroon, everything else is not equal. Frank Biya can even do things in the name of Cameroon if they choose to. Those things happen in that country. You are saying that you are a man of international law at the academic level and other levels. But you too would agree with me that the norm is not in Cameroon. Cameroon did go to Canada. In whatever how they got there, it's not my concern. But they did go there. If they did not go there, the Canadian government would have not sat together and even ridicule itself by making the public statement that they made. You and Martin don't know what they took to Canada. Even our own people have not disclosed to us even the agreement that all the parties signed. We don't have that yet. The only thing that makes this thing look even authentic is the fact that there is a letter that gives us information that a sovereign nation under its governmental official is telling us, the world, that they have stepped in to try to help bring peace to Cameroon. And they tell us in the letter that both parties have committed to it. It took 3 days or more than 3 days for us to hear. It took about a day after that for us to hear from the Pope. We heard from the U.S. Embassy in Cameroon. We heard from other people. But it took 3 days for a rogue minister in Cameroon to put out a statement. So, as much as I agree with what you may be saying on a theoretical, written international law or whatever diplomacy level, everything is not equal in Cameroon in its dealings at every level. And we cannot give them such huge benefit of doubt. I know that whether the Prime Minister has power or not, he would not dare to step out to do what he's doing about this process outside of the country if he did not have some kind of validation within the system from a very high level.
Comrade Sisiko, I have no doubt that the Prime Minister had the blessings of Paul Biya to go to Canada. He wouldn't go in the first place. I mean, we all know how they operate in that country. But then, looking at what has happened, what do you make of the role and the position of that Prime Minister in that country? He is not in charge, isn't it? Because if Biya does not turn around, I learned you were supposed to meet with Paul Biya today. If he meets with Paul Biya and Biya doesn't turn around to say, hey, to say to Ngongo, why did you do that? I had put my stamp of approval on it. Why would you? If he doesn't do that, that tells you that Dion Gautier is merely a caricature there, isn't it?
The only powers that they Cameroon Prime Minister ever had. And I'm saying this since from 1961. The only power that the Prime Minister only had was then that we had a guaranteed constitution. And that power was that it was lying next in transition by the constitution. When Paul Biya was Prime Minister, what power did he show? There was no power. Ahidjo was doing everything. Ahidjo told him what to do. He did not have powers that he could go and make decisions on his own. John Gute could not go to Canada if he did not get the blessing from the top.
All right. Thank you. Let's get on to another issue in this same subject of Cameroon press statement. Barrister Martin, when we had the Swiss initiative, the international community, they all jump on board and say, we are behind it. We heard from the United Nations. In fact, we here at the interim government held quite a number of meetings with the United Nations representative, especially their Africa, what do they call their African office. We heard from the Americans. We are behind it. The British, the Germans, the EU, the Commonwealth. They all said we are behind the Swiss process. Until Paul Biya jumps out, and then in a few weeks after they put on the Canadian initiative. Now we are all seeing letters. You see the Americans. You see everybody saying we are here supporting the Canadian process. But just as they did with the Swiss process, they've done the same thing now with the Canadian process. They've just jumped out. What should the international community do now? Just sit and continue to watch and jump to whatever position Cameroon jump into? What should we do? What should they be doing? What are the expectations from them?
Secretary Chris, I think all this is deja vu. When the Swiss process was going on and all these guys were jumping up and down and coming, I came out and made a statement when somebody said the Swiss process is dead. I came out and said the Swiss process is not dead because it never existed. That a process of mediation only exists when two parties are committed. I have not seen any commitment in written form from La République du Cameroon. Who have made odious and castigated me, one castigated me, I maintain my point that without that commitment, seeing it from La République, he would dilly-dally this thing, make it dilatory. Towards the end, he will say, I never endorsed this thing, the thing is over. We lost 3-4 years. I said it before. The same thing where even Ayaba at that time said that we should get a commitment.
Comrade, I would beg to disagree with you there because, I mean, I cannot sit here and just hear you say the Swiss process did not exist because I was there. If you say the Swiss process went unnecessarily long without recommitment from Cameroon, I will agree with you, but to say it did not exist, no, it existed. We had meetings. There were emissaries sent to Cameroon. They met with the Cameroon side. We received reports. The same emissaries were sent to us. We had meetings with them. There were reports sent out. So I don't think it's a fact to say the Swiss process did not exist. It existed, but I think just as we know in Cameroon, there was never a commitment.
Secretary, please, I accept what you are saying. You are correct. I accept what you are saying. You have your meetings with HD, meetings with some other people. I don't remember you having meeting with La République du Cameroon in that Switzerland. Secondly, have 1,000 meetings with HD, have 1,000 meetings even with Swiss government. So far as in law, a mediation is birth only when two parties commit to it. That is when it comes into being. You had some games, you had some meetings and the rest. It was not mediation. It had not started. From the day you committed, yes, you guys committed. If with the day La République commit, that's the day the process is birth. You had some meetings prepared. So what I used to call is a potential process. It is not yet the actual process. Until the two commitments are on the table, Chris. Let me not be going into technicalities. You understand what I'm saying?
I get you, but the question now is with this, Sisiko, hold on, please. The question I ask is, what do we expect the international community to do, considering that Cameroon is jumping in from each of these engagements?
Secretary Chris, to answer you on that point, I will tell you what I've told people again. There is nowhere in the world where Cameroon will go negotiating and negotiate our independence and accept, because a mediation is consensual. To accept that we should go away, zero. We are going into a negotiation to strong a fight as we want, as we can. This will take 5 years, 3 years. So La Republique will keep failing. As we started, this is just the first failure. We'll have like 10 or 20. It will reach a point the international community will be fed up with both us and La Republique and say these two parties talk to stay together. So let's consider the option of them divorcing. We tried everything for them to agree and stay together. The international community, in their mind, they still have it that we can talk and stay together. Yes, the federation was destroyed in 1972. Yes, they even annexed and colonized us. Yes, this, that. But today, can you guys talk and fix these things? That's the mindset of Canada, of America, and everybody. Until they know that we've done everything in negotiations and failed, they will not move to the mindset of says everybody should go away. So these failures, I'm expecting them, and I'm expecting more. We'll fail like 10 times in this thing until everybody will know these two guys are totally two different people. They can't live together. Let everybody go their way.
Sisiko, what do you expect the international community to be doing now, being that they have seen Cameroon jump out of the Swiss process, seen Cameroon now jumping out of the Canadian process?
Well, I think that's a question that Martin would have given us a better answer from his angle as a barrister in these issues. But what I'll tell you is that we are where we are today, 60 years later, and people are talking about Southern Cameroon's issue at the international level. And now we have taken another step because of this Canadian issue to be placed as players on the world stage. We have been given a platform. The only thing the international community would ever do, because like Martin said, they see it as an internal problem. No matter how much ambazonia we sing around, they see it as an internal problem to be resolved by us being together and maybe changing structures and all that kind of stuff. It is up to us as Ambazonians to organize ourselves and force the hands of the international community. They are never, I agree with Martin, they are never going to have this discussion on the basis that they are going to make a decision to separate us. They are going to see it as an internal problem. Even if you see the wordings coming from Canada, I have no problem about that. But for the fact that Canada coming in, a letter coming from Canada, meets some of the conditions that we were given about how negotiations should take place. It was not in Yaoundé, it was not in Boya. It was in a different neutral ground. Let's just take that. This is a true thing that was happening. This is the first step. Like Martin is saying, we are going to try. We are going to have missteps. We're going to be hit hard. It's up to us. And we are the ones who mess up ourselves very much. Like, Comrade Chris, let's be honest. Let's not come here and be wasting our time and other people's time. Let's talk about our own problems. Let's not be pointing fingers out there. And Martin just sat here now and talked about a letter that he validates to be the right approach from the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, right? Martin, yes. Did you say that? Which you think was the right approach?
Yeah, I said that we were supposed to write a note verbal to the Canadian government, which I think it has been done.
Which Republic of Ambazonia and which president did that are you talking about? Because we are sitting here talking to another man, our host here, who is the president of another Federal Republic of Ambazonia. Which is the president who sent that? Let's talk about that.
Honest, I'm saying
dancing around. This is we are
Cecil,
talking to a
they
president
just
here.
call me
Is he the one who sent the
a
letter?
comrade like every other person out there, just like you. So those big titles, I think when we get to
No, but
Boya,
are
we will
you
have to
the one who
validate them
sent the
back
letter
with you
that
then.
Martin is talking
We're all
about?
comrades.
We are
Cecil,
talking to a
they
president
just
here.
call me
Is he the one who sent the
a
letter?
comrade like every other person out there, just
Martin, I need you to
Yeah?
talk. Because we are coming here,
Sorry.
you're already giving me vibes that you belong maybe to Sako's camp, right?
What Sako's camp?
Which other president, which other republic are you talking about?
I don't know, Christian Ebini. I've seen a letter. I've seen a letter. You've been talking, let me talk. I've seen a letter that Marianta wrote to Canada, where she that the internet. I've seen a sorry. Let
No, I
me
said no.
finish
I'm
now.
just agreeing with
I've
what
seen
King
a
said.
letter that I've seen two letters that Marianta wrote to Canada, where she's calling it implement, and she's published those letters. And then I'm saying that we were to send a note verbal. Also, I've seen also a note verbal that has been sent also by Ambazonia Republic. So there are different things. People are doing the thing. Some of them they do the right. I don't know whether they're right people, but some of them are doing the right thing. A foreign minister talks, another state sends a note verbal, which is a document that is accepted in international law. They do that and in international diplomacy. So the things are there. Marianta is writing. I don't want us to go into our own issue of 6 presidents and the rest. That is not the subject of this discussion.
We should.
All right. Comrade. Let me bring in Dr. Atienjo to add his voice to this before we move to the next subject. Dr. Atienjo, we've been talking here about the letter in Cameroon debunking their involvement or engagement in the Canadian process. You probably saw and read the letter from Cameroon that says they did not contract with anybody, either internally or externally, to mediate this conflict. And we are wondering, what should we be expecting from the international community today?
Okay, thank you, Comrade Chris. I'm delighted to be here today, and my greetings to the panelists today. You've been you've been awesome. Discussion is very rich, and I really benefit from your wisdom in whatever you were saying. Well, about the letter that was written by La République, this shows that the government, Cameroon government, is a failed state, a government in which the prime minister is paddling the boat to the right, and then some other ministers who click themselves to be the untouchables are paddling the boat to the other side. So you could see the way the whole system is divided. Yes, I agree with Barrister Tupentan for what he said about the international law, that there was supposed to have been some document from the presidency of La République to Canada to actually validate that those talks were kind of credible. But whatever the case, I understand that the Canadians got into this genuinely to see how they could come between La République and the Ambazonian struggle. But one thing that is very, very clear is that the Cameroonians, as we say it, they have picked the ball and run away. That is always the case with La République. The same thing they did for the Swiss talk. They picked the ball and ran away. Now they have picked the ball and they have run away again during these talks. But what do we expect from the international community? We expect the international community to beat the drums as it is supposed to be. Yes, I heard your earlier statement, which you stated that everybody is beating the drums for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are not more human than Ambazonians who are killed every day. Yes, it is time for the international community to speak frankly to La Republic to condemn this act of cowardice by La Republic, because they've been doing this, playing games for over 6 years, thinking that the Ambazonian struggle was going to die naturally for them to continue doing whatever they're doing. But I believe that the time has come for the international community to mount pressure on them to understand what it means. People suffering, the people of Ambazonia suffering, is the same as the Ukrainians are suffering and the same as other parts of the world. So it is high time for the African Union, it is high time for the UN, it's high time for the United States, as well as other stakeholders, including the British, the French, and the Canadians, to join hands and see that they mount pressure on this rook regime of La République du Cameroon to succumb to international law. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well put, and we are hoping that this international community guys are listening to us, and that they will actually do something that forces Cameroon to act like a country that respect international engagements. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a short break out. And when I come back, we're going to talk about the expectations from Ambazonian leaders. The talk has been out there. Everybody wants to see what Ambazonian leaders are up to. What should we be doing at this moment? When I come back. Thanks for staying put, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, I am going to take you into the very next important segment of this show that has to do with the position of Ambazonian leaders in this conflict at this moment vis-a-vis the Swiss, the Canadian process. Every Ambazonian out there wants to see Ambazonian leaders come together. Would they? Would they? In the spirit of the message of unity and collaboration that yours truly presented to the Ambazonian public last Monday regarding the need and the urgency for Ambazonia to organize, shun partisanship, constitute a common front, and draw our own agenda for engaging in any negotiations, be they in Canada or elsewhere. I reach out to some of the leaders of this struggle to impress upon them the urgency of the task. I am excited to say today I had a very frantic, exciting, and promising conversation with AGOVC leader Dr. Cho Ayaba. Dr. Ayaba went far and beyond to agree that Ambazonia should not go into any negotiations as individual groups. We have to constitute a team of experts sent to the negotiations. The leaders form a leadership council, stay behind to give counsel to the team of negotiators. We agreed that a meeting of all the leaders is very urgent, and we are looking forward to summoning one in the days ahead. But every Ambazonian, being a stakeholder in this struggle, has a role to play here. It is incumbent upon you all to put in the necessary pressure towards ensuring that no one group, not even this interim government, thinks it can go and represent or sign any peace deal on behalf of Ambazonia. This is very crucial. Cameroon understands very well the game of divide, conquer, and rule. If we allow independent groups to go sitting in any process, money will flow, money will change hands, and your guess of the outcome will be as good as mine. Let's be wise. Now is the time to watch out for any group or any leader who wants to go sit in that process on the name of Ambazonia on the name of his group. That will never be accepted. But the good news I bring to you is that I see a lot of goodwill among the leaders in this subject. And I'm really hoping that such goodwill will translate to action for Ambazonia, to see and be proud of all our leaders. That said, let me state this in the strongest terms possible. While I was preparing to come live, a statement signed by Sisiko Ayoktabe and circulated by Comrade Dabne Yerima was forwarded to me announcing that Sisiko Ayoktabe has appointed former United States diplomat Ambassador Herman Cohen to be Ambazonia's chief negotiator. Sisiko has appointed him to be our negotiator. Before coming live, I tried to reach Comrade Yerima to no avail. I would like to make it very clear, as I did few years ago, that a person who is under incarceration and doesn't have his freedoms cannot and should not be in the position to make decisions for those who are free. It doesn't make sense that someone in the confinement of Cameroon is rushing to choose for us who should be our chief negotiator. The sacrifices of Ayoktabe and all the other comrades in prison are enormous. We all know that. But so too are the sacrifices of those outside who have kept the fight on while they are locked up for no fault of their own. But that does not give any leader, it should not give any leader whatsoever, the privilege of a unilateral decision for Ambazonia as far as the negotiation process is concerned. Ambassador Cohen cannot be Ambazonia's chief negotiator. It is dead on arrival. Two reasons. Mr. Cohen has never for once advocated for a free and independent Southern Cameroon throughout the 6 years of this conflict. He has never believed in an independent Ambazonia. His tweets and statements are available online for free research. Ambassador Cohen has consistently preached a federal Cameroon of which Ambazonia must be part. He believes Ambazonia cannot and should not be an independent country on its own. But more importantly, all Ambazonian leaders will have to sit in concert to choose who becomes their chief negotiator, and not someone appointment. I hope that other leaders will join me in asking Sisiko Ayoktabe to humbly withdraw that statement and join other leaders to concert and make the choice for who becomes our chief negotiator. As far as our side is concerned, I can assure everyone that this process will not be teleguided or remote controlled by anyone or by any group. Of course not. Sisiko Ayoktabe, Ebene, I will start with you, sir. Again, I had a conversation with Comrade Ayaba yesterday, and he was very excited about the proposition for a one and united Ambazonian team that goes to any negotiations, not just Canada, but anyone elsewhere. Tell me, is it not the right thing to do, Sisiko?
The right thing to do what? The Comrade Chris.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad we are here and we are beginning the process of reversing a lot of things. Uh, I have not seen the document you're talking about coming from Siseko, but before I say something, we have had a lot of problems in the past that led to a lot of greed and other things coming, especially you, a great actor in it. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe that Siseko Ayuktabe is compromised?
You are diverting here, Sisiko.
I'm not. I am answering
Hold
your
on,
question.
hold
Do you
on.
believe that
We
Siseko
will get there.
Ayuktabe is
We will
compromised?
get there. But let's dwell on the subject first. Let's dwell on the subject. What is your opinion about the idea that all Ambazonian leaders come together, put on a unique team of negotiators that represent Ambazonia in the place of groups going there on their own?
I agree with that model. And I think I've been advocating for that model. And then what I'll add to it too, that you as one of the frontline leaders, I mean, you are one of the presidents, if you see something that is wrong with one of your compatriots, the first place where you should rush and discuss that should not be on the air. You guys should have a working relationship in the way that you solve your own internal problems as leaders. Because when you bring it out here, it's grandstanding and it's inciting other people to rise up and make the divide amongst us bigger. You just got that document. Many of us have not seen it. I've not spoken to Yerima. I've not spoken to any of those people you are saying. I'm hearing it from the first time. But you as a leader, as we are trying to bring ourselves together and to be one, we should stop these games. When you find something wrong, if Seseko or Yerima sees something wrong about you, you guys discuss in the background first. The
All right,
first place to run is
Sisiko,
not to go and tell the
Sisiko,
public.
I get your point. I get your point. But listen, I think what is grandstanding is putting out such a statement and circulating it without the least idea that maybe I could consult with the other leaders out there. The statement is out there. Go to Yerima's tweet or Facebook wall. You will see it. And I have said here that I made frantic efforts to reach him before this show. I couldn't. But I think what you should be saying is they should have consulted with every other leader before putting out such a statement. Do you agree that somebody should sit in jail and appoint who negotiate for Ambazonia?
I am also telling you not to be rushing always to say it on the air. I have said that if they have done such a thing, I think it is not the right model with what we are going through with a lot of division amongst us. The leaders should work together. Whether it's whoever leader, let them work together. Let's have one team. If you guys are going to have somebody to represent, all of you should discuss it and agree on it.
That is my point. That is exactly my point. That's exactly my point. But listen, there are certain things, when things have been put in the public domain, you cannot say, go talk to them, because it was their duty to do consultations before putting out such a statement, which is very destructive.
Even so, Comrade Chris, you too can manage it in the interest of Ambazonian unity. Even when you see it there, you can manage it too. Don't take and inflame it further.
No, this is not inflammation. We're just making a point. Remember that we also are responsible to some people. We have to speak up. But let me get to Dr. Atienjo to give us your position on this. Dr. Atienjo, again, we want to make sure that all the leaders come together and we decide as a team. But at the same time, we see this letter emerging from Kondenge, where this former American diplomat, who has never endorsed the idea of a free and independent Ambazonia, being appointed by somebody as the chief negotiator. Not just a negotiator. If you were just a member of the team, I wouldn't mind. But making him the chief negotiator, something is very much fundamentally wrong with that.
Yes, yes, Comrade Chris, I can see that it is with dismay that this kind of letter is being circulated out there. to appoint somebody, and I'm one of those that would really solicit for a united front in any negotiation. Remember, one thing that Ambazonians, the mistake Ambazonians are making is that we think about ourselves and think about positions, think about leadership positions without thinking about an idea which is going to liberate the entire Ambazonians. The idea of negotiation is what we should unite around. The idea of forming a united front is what we should unite around. It's not about the idea of an individual standing as the leader for us to unite around them. Leaders will fail us, but ideas is what we really need, because this is about Ambazonians, it's about the our suffering people, refugees in ground one, internally displaced at home, and also those in prisons. So, yes, I am positively behind the leaders to come together, to concert, and come up with a negotiation team of experts. And then they can give their own advice, counsel, from the background on how things should be done. And if they are choosing anybody to represent us as the chief negotiator, it should be the idea, it should be opinion of everybody. There should be a consensus on this idea. Yes, or there should be a consensus on this choice of anyone who should stand for the Ambazonian people. So we are open, and I believe that it will be it will be it will be paramount for us to sit down as leaders. Let us come down from our high horses, congregate, talk about the interests of the Ambazonian people, and then when we put the interests of the Ambazonian people first, then we'll be able to think rightly in order to work as a team to see that we get to the victory position. So it is not about an individual, it is about the Ambazonian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister Thomas Sankpile. Let me give you the chance to respond to this.
Your voice. You're muted.
Barrister Thomas, it doesn't appear like your microphone is turned on. Your microphone doesn't appear like it is turned on. All right, while you are doing that, let me get back to Sisiko Ebeni here.
Yes, sir. What do you say?
Yes, while he is trying to get his camera and microphone working, let me come back to you on this very subject. And you asked whether Sisiko was compromised or not. I like to answer.
Now, what do you believe? What do you believe?
I like to answer that question, because many people believe that I was at the center of everything. I am one person in this thing who like to call things the way I see them, and you may like me or hate me. This is not a beauty contest where I hope to win anything. I just say it the way that it is. Was Sisiko compromised? Then we'll believe he was. Let me explain why. When you have your chief attorney who is defending you, I'm referring here to Barrister John Fruinso, come out and say that my client is compromised. He is holding secret meetings with Cameroon agents, and he actually pulled away from his defense. And he is saying this to the interim government that is paying the bills for his client, and as the spokesperson of that interim government. What was I supposed to say? I had to take the message of the interim government to Ambazonians. So that is what we believe then. Now, if you ask me about that today, as you have done, I will say compromise. I think then it depends on the perspective, because if he was compromised in the way that John Frunso put it out, I think that people wouldn't still be holding him behind bars. He would have been a free man today. They would have released him, essentially. So, we learn as we go in this process, and we do things as the times bring to us. That is what I will say, Sisiko.
Comrade Chris, we want Ambazonia and we want to sacrifice everything for that Ambazonia. Let's stop playing games as if our people are stupid. Tell me if you know that Sisiko is not compromised, say that he's not compromised. And apologize for saying that he was compromised. It's that simple.
Sisiko, I guess you understand this is not an interrogation. You know that. I have made my point, and I said at the time, at that moment, yes, his attorney, his defender said he was. And I reported exactly what the information then was. And I have said, if indeed he was compromised, then he shouldn't still be behind bars today. Doesn't that make sense to you?
So he was not compromised. When you said he was compromised, he was not compromised.
Well, that is your position. Then let me get back to Barrister Martin. I hope he is back. Unfortunately, he is not back yet. But Dr. Atienjo, let me get back to you on this question of compromise. You have been part of this interim government for all these years. We were told that Sisiku was compromised.
Yes. No, you are not wrong. That is when we were with Sako, and the chief legal person who was following up with the case of Sisiko convinced everybody with even information about a check that was signed to Sisiko, and he saw it. This was really, really very, very traumatic to us, because there was no way. And if you are in a government like that, you would see that somebody who has been the lead lawyer of Sisiko saying this, there was no other source that we could think of to debunk whatever he said. So any idea or any opinion that was expressed at that time was due to the information that was actually received from Barrister. But I would like to say here that yes, Sisiko was not compromised. He has not been compromised. But based on information that was existing at that moment, some people were of the opinion that yes, he was compromised. But on behalf of those who heard, who could have believed what the lies of Barrister, so I think that Sisiko would find it to understand that at least the dispensation at that time prompted or pushed people to have that belief. But we today are able to see it that based on his dubious activities within the IG, I mean Barrister so this has actually vindicated Sisiko from all the opinions, the negative opinion, negative energy that was around about him being compromised. My final word is that
do you regret that?
Thank you.
Do you regret it? Do you regret that you believe such lies?
Sisiko Ebene, I will answer that question, and I will say that again, we are not in the court of law. Tell anybody here watching, there are millions watching you on ground zero, and here there are hundreds watching you, thousands watching you on the social media. This is no interrogation, sir. And I don't know where you are driving to with this question of compromise or no compromise. Are you still hoping that Sisiko is brought back to be the president of the interim government?
Should I answer that?
Yes, sir.
This is what I know. This is the way I see things. As long as anyone makes sacrifices in this revolution and is held by the enemy, that person becomes our full responsibility to protect them, especially emotionally and mentally, and not to inflict campaign on them. Whether Sissoko, I don't know if Sissoko was out here, he would have still performed as well as I knew him to be performing before he went to prison. I don't know. I am not also one who would say that any one of us, whether it be the best president or Sissoko, should be governing from the enemy captivity. So there are things that I will not say that if he comes out now because I support him, he might automatically be the one to be the president. That would depend on the situation and the Ambazonian people. But I know that for the short time that I knew him, he did a lot for the struggle that many of us who stayed decades in the revolution could not do for the short few months, just that September month to December. He did a lot for the revolution. Is he perfect? No. Everybody has their own problem. But I think I never trusted Kasang, even when he was still with the consortium. But when Kasang went to prison and was under enemy captivity, no matter what he did from that prison, I would not really go out and be castigating Kasang. Never. It's my responsibility. It's our responsibility until he comes out. About them coming and being president, that's not for me to decide. I know that I will still support Sissoko if he comes out, and then I'll have to assess to see if he's still the same person. He can still be the same person, whether he still has the same capability of being a leader. That would depend at the time, and it would depend too not on me, but on the Ambazonian people. But for now, I am just saying that it is evil and wrong for idiots to be out here and do the things that they have done to him in prison all this while, in the point that they divided them, even inside enemy's prison. Brothers could not get along because of idiots out here, criminals who were making them to fight themselves. And then these 10 people who left Nigeria are one of the most successful people in our midst in every aspect of life.
All right, Sissoko, I hear you, but I will respectfully, very much disagree with you from this perspective. Sissoko, they have paid a price. Sissoko, they and others have paid a price by being abducted and put up behind bars. It's a huge sacrifice that they are paying out there, remaining behind bars, being deprived of their families. But you will also agree with me that lots of us who are still free, who are still out here, have had to go through maybe even much more sacrifice than those in jail have gone through. I am seated here, I have lost my brother, I have lost almost everything, yet I have been called names, called compromise. The same person that I serve said I was compromised by La République du Cameroon. I should run around begging them to apologize to me. That is chickening. We should stop asking for apologies and start telling Ambazonians how we can move on. If you are asking for an apology, everybody has to ask for an apology. We have to ask Sissoko, what meeting was he attending in Nigeria? What was it about? We don't know it up to today, 6 years or 5 years after. So please, this idea of apology, let's stop it and focus on moving the struggle forward. I hope that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't know what is happening to the rest of our guests. They all seem to be locked down. But ladies and gentlemen, I am going to open the phone lines. I am going to open the phone lines at this moment. Please stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying put in there. And before I go ahead to open the phone lines, let me make this correction. I just received information that the statement I was quoting from Sissoko as having appointed former U.S. diplomat Herman Cohen as chief negotiator for Ambazonia, I have now been told that that statement is quite old. Probably that was done maybe when Sisiko was still out.
2019.
So please, we will move beyond that. We'll move on from there. Again, that statement is an old statement. But again, I tried to do due diligence before bringing that statement up. But at least it existed. But again, it is not a current statement. It's an old statement. And of course, let me tender you my apologies for presenting that. But there was no way I was going to know when it was put out without talking to any of them, which I tried to do. So again, that is an old statement. Barrister Martin, you have been having some issues with your camera. I guess you are now back. Let me give you a chance to comment on this issue of the need for an Ambazonian team Ambazonia, not some groups going to any negotiation alone. Your thoughts, sir?
That is the ideal thing to do, and that is what everybody is expected. I don't know, a lot of your viewers might not be familiar with the process of mediation. When you go to mediation, you submit a document which is a mediation statement, which you prepare the case you are coming to this meeting. It states both what you want, what your claims are, what your evidence is, what you want, what you are accusing the other person, and what the remedies you are looking for. If you look for, like the ones we are talking about, they are all put inside. So Ambazonia will prepare that document. Some people have been working for that document for over 2 years now. So they will have the team will review those documents, and they have one document. It might even be 1,000 pages, which we submit to mediation. It will form the basis of all the discussion. The Republic can submit what they want to submit to show that maybe France gave us as a gift to them, or maybe they are part of Germany. They will come up with their claims against us. So we will put our claims why we believe we are entitled to independence, why we are not part of them, and all that. Prepare the full document and submit. That document is submitted as Ambazonia. With the team, you can form the team, have politicians, experts, everything. The key thing is what I'm meeting and what can we the story. So we go as a team, constitute ourselves, prepare a document which we submit.
And what do you say about the need for every leader to come together, draw our agenda before the very first meeting, if there will be any, in Canada?
Secretary Chris, this mediation is like a case you are going for in court. A case is not based on the agenda of whatever the party. A case is you prepare your case with your, and you people submit it. The mediator will take it and read it. La Republique will read it, and if he has anything to submit, he submit. The mediator reads, you read, and then now from there, now the discussion starts. If he's arguing what you're saying, he should show his evidence and his reasons why he's arguing. So agenda, we are not going to do politics there. We are going to mediate based on the claims we are putting against La Republique that we are not part of their territory. And we have to go our way. That we are a people with an inalienable right to self-determination as determined by the court in Banjul in Communication 266/2003, as the UN has always with us. That inalienable right is, no, you cannot alienate it. Even if we voted in 61 to join them, we still have the right today as a people decide not to associate with them. If the right is inalienable, you can never cancel it. And there is nothing like one and final self-determination. Self-determination can be done so many times. That's why they've had more than one under. That's why Scotland is going for the second referendum. They did their self-determination and they voted to remain with the UK. They are still going for the next one. Each people, once you have that right cannot be extinguished. So what happened in 1961, people are going through history, I don't really care. We as a people today, if we are a people in international law, if we decide that we want to associate with La Republique, that decision in part of a country, let's say the Pygmies in East Cameroon cannot do that because they are part of La Republique to Cameroon from the time of independence. For the Pygmies as a people or whatever, I saw people to do that, then there was something they call the Katanga principles. The Katanga threshold of human rights violation against the pygmies must be up at a certain level where in international law they can allow them to do external self-determination. Otherwise, they can only self-determine within Cameroon. But for us, we're an external party that associated with La République du Cameroon. The Katanga principle does not apply to us. If our people as a people decide today that whatever our fathers did in 1901 or whatever, we are not interested. Today, we don't want them. So people, we have the right at any point in time, repeatedly, to keep determining our political path and our economic path. So we would go with a strong document. It's not low. We're not just going there like we've been preparing this thing for almost 2 years now. So we are going to fight there with the negotiation. It's not a joke. People think it's just a joke. Anybody political you want, you just jump on the dance floor in nations.
Sisiko, what do you make of the letter of the bishops in Ambazonia to the Cameroon government?
I saw the letter and I've shared it. I just came through it. I did not write it. I did not read it entirely, but I could think the spirit of it was endorsing the Canadian process and trying to plead about over the sufferings of the people all these 6 years that peace should be the path. If you read it, you can give me a clue of what was in it. I shared it, but I didn't have time to read it. I just saw it today. And Comrade Chris, let me say that is the right spirit, and that is a strength. It's not a weakness, because I was just going to tell you that somebody sent me the correction of that document, and you made the correction. That's the spirit, little by little, that we should be planting in our community and amongst ourselves. If you commit an error or you make a mistake, you correct it. It's for the general good. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. That is what we should be doing. I have never set out here to send out any misinformation. What I read, though, that surprised me in the bishop's letter is the fact that they are still unable to call on Cameroon to say, hey, withdraw the troops from the streets and from Ambazonia. In Ambazonian fighters, we have nobody to fight. They keep on generalizing. In fact, most of the appeal is rather to Ambazonian fighters and not to the people who have invaded the territory and are maiming people, burning down towns and villages, and killing the people. The bishops are so naive to think that Ambazonia should just lay down arms and let Cameroon continue with the one Cameroon agenda. That's what I found there a little bit disturbing.
Yeah, that would be a common tune of the church people. They try to play a little bit of, should I say, the diplomacy of the Holy Spirit, and they try not to offend any side. And normally, on their efforts of trying to be neutral, they always seem to step on the toes of the victims, without whether they know it or not. But I'll say this. We have not been very much in control because of our own nuances and problems. So there's been a vacuum in the fighting that it becomes very difficult because our people are suffering, not necessarily only from the hands of the military, but of the rogue elements that have been infiltrated into our fighting forces. So this is why it is imperative that we come together and have a common structure in which there are rules that even me as a citizen must follow. I should not follow the rule of AGOVC because I'm a member of AGOVC. I should not follow the rule of IG because I support the IG. I should follow a common set principle of this revolution that every citizen and every fighter must adhere to. This vacuum of our own infighting has made it possible for criminals and rogue elements to be committing serious atrocities against our own people that is making them even to turn somehow, maybe even in a minute or so in their spirit, against the whole thing. So we need to come together. It's imperative. And I would say that Martin, you are a prolific writer, and you're right. I've been reading you from the days of Camnet and all the like. Please tweak it, no matter the intellectual arguments, tweak this thing into us coming together. I'm sure that's why you're on this platform today. That's why I sought to be talking to Comrade Chris, that we use this type of platforms to bring our people together. Children will be happy. Chris and I have fought. He said very terrible things about me. I have said some little, not very terrible things about him, some little. But we are here. This is a lesson to the children and our people to see that, hey, we can disagree, we can argue, and we're still together. That's very,
Absolutely.
very important.
We have had our own share of disagreements and fight, but I never shut you off my phone. I still read your messages. You still read my messages. Until last day, we had a beer summit, right? We had our own beer summit in this.
You want me to call the real place where we went? I know you would not.
All right. Okay. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will open the phone lines. I will open the phone lines for those of you who are watching and listening from across the globe. Would like to know your take on the happenings of these past days. Number one, the Canadian letter acknowledging the role of the mediator in the Canadian process. And 72 hours after Cameroon's position reneging from the process. And of course, what we'd like to know what you think about this interim government coming out and endorsing the Canadian initiative. You have the phone line open, and we're waiting for your calls. In the meantime, I'd like all of you on Ground Zero to remember, lockdown has been announced for February the 10th and the 11th. We are calling this lockdown against this 11 February celebration that has been put together by La République du Cameroon. We ban those events 20th May, 11th February, and so on. I think about 4 years ago. We are not returning to our vomit. We are not returning to our vomit, and we will never, ladies and gentlemen, we will never go back to celebrating 11th of February, the day they made us slaves of French Cameroon. And so we want everybody on Ground Zero to take note. February the 10th and the 11th is total lockdown of ambazonia. If you are a student, your school is forcing you to go out and carry out a march past anywhere in Ambazonia. Tell them over your dead body you are not going to the street to march for La République du Cameroon. And any school, college, secondary school, university that wants to send our students to the street, again, we will shut down that school or college once and for all, indefinitely, until this struggle is over. Children, stay home. Schools, shut your institutions, lock them down on the 10th and the 11th of February. That is the order. That is the order. We will not, La République du Cameroon will not play the music and have us to dance. Those days are gone. All right, let me get to the first caller here. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Yes, so I can hear you. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the Scandinavia. This is Didi.
All right, good to hear your voice, sir. What is in your mind? 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much for the show. It's been a great show with the panelists. One thing I would like to ask this question to Barrister Thomason. Barrister Thomason, as much as you are trying to look for the authenticity, how La Republic was committed in Canada, can can you also tell us the authenticity with which a small, low-level minister like Emmanuel Sadi had to come and declare in the public media that they are not committed? So what makes you feel that his statement is more authentic than the binding statement in Canadian Foreign Office?
All right.
On the last show that you had, where Frank was there, he did mention that Emmanuel Sadi is so controversial, even when he was a junior minister at the Prime Minister's office. And that is a testimony from your monologue that they had to applaud the Prime Minister communication with the presidency. That's a testimony that Chairman Frank was right about Emmanuel Sadi. Thank you very much.
All right. Comrade Thomas, please.
Please, a party goes somewhere and signs some document that he is committed. He signed a multilateral document. He goes back home. The spokesperson for that government comes and said, no, we didn't send anybody. We've not engaged any or mandated anybody. Nobody else has come out to contradict what Sadi said. His word now is the final word. Has John Gute come out to say, no, you are wrong. I actually sent some people. So the first statement has been cancelled by the spokesperson of the government. It's finished. It's not been anybody. I don't want to my time. The government has said I've not mandated Canada. He didn't say some few guys never went, but I've not mandated Canada. That's the end of the story. So I don't waste my time a bit. Nobody has contradicted what Sadi said. Pobia has not come and said that no, Sadi is not talking on behalf of me. He's lying. No. So Sadi's statement is the latest one, and that's what we take. Hello? Hello? Is it muted?
Is everybody listening? Comrade Chris.
We can hear you.
Comrade Chris. Are we still on?
Yeah, we are on, but we can't hear Comrade Chris.
I see him moving, but
yeah, so maybe we just keep talking until he gets back instead of just staying. Yeah,
Chris, are you there?
Dr. Ebeni, you have something to chip in.
Well, I think from what you're saying, it is right. You are very correct. If the communication minister is under the prime minister, right, by their setup. Matt, is he not?
No, keep talking. We are hearing you.
Yeah. So if
yes, I can hear
you. I agree with you that if
now you are muted. Jesus. Dr. Ebini, I can't hear you now. There's something wrong.
Apologize at this moment. Anybody still
I'm sorry, comrade. I'm sorry, my microphone was down. I don't think anybody was hearing you. Can you take it all over again, please?
I was just saying that at this moment we are just looking forward as far as the struggle is concerned. So any person who is still looking behind of our past, that person is not ready for the good of Ambazonia. Is not ready for the unity that we are talking about. I never believe that somebody like Comrade Abina, who is like our father, that can come on air and sit taking us and talking apology. Who should apologize? Who is Ambazonia? They can. I don't know how some people really think, Comrade Chris. This is our father. We respect him so much. These are not things that somebody like him in his capacity to talk about apology. Who should apologize to who? It's only Seseko that is is being priced. Me, that my own brother, I've lost 2 of my brothers. Our homes have been burned. Every day we are contributing money, contributing money, not only because of our people that have been killed, also to the same Peseko that is in behind bars, so that the ambazonia can be free, so that they can free them also. So
All
if
right.
he's making mistake, and he like our father, he's telling us to begin to apologize. You are also sacrificing. You, Comrade Chris, since the beginning of this struggle, you have been coming on air every day. You having sleepless night to at least just to present something to the poor ambassador, to give them hope. That is your sacrifice. We are bound to make mistake. Seseko have made mistake also. All of us have made mistake. So let him not begin to talk about apology. If they want to talk about apology, Seseko, who is behind bars, supposed to be the one to tell us, to give us give the people of Amazon apology for what he has done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I will.
Many of us go. We take days we couldn't eat just because of the news that we got that he has been picked from Nigeria. Up to today, we don't know what take him to Nigeria. Take him to there. So he should. He's our father. He should respect himself. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will let Sisiko to respond to you. Sisiko, sir.
Well, that is what we are trying to build in the nation, right? Where people have different sentiments, they agree. It says, like a father, if I'm here talking, it's because I'm talking as a father and I act like a father in this revolution. When all I was trying to get from you about that process, which is a beginning of something for us to move forward, you did it. You said the information that you had at that time. I did not force anybody to apologize. It would be good even if people apologize, but I didn't force anybody to apologize. It's not a wrong thing to apologize when something is done wrong. But I do agree that all of us are hurting from this revolution and we get impacted in different ways. And for my own sentiments, I cannot minimize another person's pain. All of us are hurting. Those in prison, those outside of prison, and all that kind of stuff. But we just have some responsibility because we are out here in some little bit of freedom to watch out for those, especially who don't have any freedom, who are in prison. So I'm not forcing anyone to apologize. This our talk here with Martin and everybody has been productive, I believe, because we have touched on things that maybe we were avoiding from touching in the past. So I feel the sentiments of the young man, and sometimes too, also, even when your father is wrong, you should know the way you talk to your father. If you see me as a father, even when I make my own mistake too, you should correct me. I didn't make any mistake. I didn't ask anybody for apologize. I just asked what I
did. Let's leave it there. Let's not litigate that. The person got what you said, and let's leave it there. Let's get to the next caller here. Hello.
Hello, good evening, sir, Chris.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Mizam.
All right, and what is in your mind?
Yes. I just want to thank you guys in the studio. Thank our fathers that are giving us advice for the way forward. And I want to contribute that should be the spirit. Let's see how to gather all the leaders and have a team, just like you have said, and see what the way forward looks like. Because we don't know what will come next after Canada. So let's be prepared for anything, anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the call. You remain safe, sir. Let's get to the next caller, ground zero. Hello. Hello. Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
Well, it's this script, but I'm from Cameroon. I don't want to disclose my location because I am in the mouth of the lion.
All right.
You understand?
Okay, go on, sir. Yes, what is your mind?
I'm watching you live now. Yeah. So I'm so impressed that this program has come up. It is like the open that it should come and give that unity that we need to push this revolution forward, rather than fighting amongst ourselves. So we err to bless human and to forgive is divine. Everyone of the country has got on bit of participation, losses and gains. So let us live about the big thing around the world and focus center stage on this new program that I just started. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
All right, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, we had some difficulties understanding you because of the poor network. Thank you for the call. Okay, hello.
Comrade Chris, I'll tell you in the background the
Hello.
person who is talking.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you, sir. Can you raise your voice a little bit?
Hello.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Go on. Where are you calling from?
Yeah. Hello.
We'll move on to the next caller. I think we lost that caller. All right, the phone line is open, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and make your calls. Let me get to this caller here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. 515.
Oh yeah. Again. Comrade Chris, I want to applaud you. Applaud Sexeko Ebini, and I also want to thank Dr. Atianjo and our barrister for always being there for us. I want to give special thanks again to Sexeko Ebini. This is the spirit all Ambazonians want. We want to see you guys together.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Oh, I'm calling from Maryland. Sebastian Barrico is my name.
Okay,
I'm sorry I did not introduce my name.
Yes.
Yes. So I have a question for Sexeko Ebini. Do you want to bring Ayabacho to this show if you have probably the chance to? Can you invite him to come to this show too? The second question for Sexeko Ebini is not really a question, but it is a remark. I know your capability of raising funds for the refugees. I will not say a remark, but an appeal. Is there a way for you to help raise funds? We have fundraiser this Sunday. Is there a way for you to help us raise some funds for refugees this Sunday? We will applaud your efforts, sir. Again, I want to thank you for coming to this show, and again, I thank you for the collaboration that you are trying to bring. I remember you and Comrade Chris, you always be like kerosene and fire, but it's a very good thing two of you can sit on the same platform and share ideas. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Unfortunately, I think he's having technical issues with his connection, but when he is back, I will get him answer the question. In the meantime, let me take the next caller. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Maryland.
All right. And what is your contribution?
Yes. Thank you, Comrade Chris. And thank you to all the panelists. You've had a very intelligent conversation today. Can you hear me?
515.
Okay. So I just want to make a few observations. First, I want to thank Comrade Ebini. I have known him to be a very controversial person, but for the first time, I tend to agree with him for most of the issues that most of the observations that he made today, especially when it concerns us coming to air to persecute our own. I just think that we can hold those conversations in the background. Let me tell you, La Republic is listening to us. They listen to us every day. Right now that you're on the air, they have people who are listening to us. And they are taking notes and they are going back to plan their reaction on what we are doing. Secondly, I listened to the barrister very carefully. He made some very good contributions. His contributions were very intelligent, very professional. We may be reacting to it with what is the moral opinion of what should have happened. But if that is not the legal path that we were supposed to take, or that La Republique took the correct legal path, down to morality. So I want to think that It is good that we listen to some of these intellectuals talking to us, who are talking to us from a very professional point. The other thing is that why are we doing so? La Republic is an organized government. They have institutions that can handle almost every aspect of the issues that we are facing. We are scattered all over the place, and we are bringing all our mess to social media. And that is where they are getting a lot of us. They are planning us. Before La Republic went to Canada, they knew that they were not going anywhere. You can look at the low level of representatives that they sent there.
Right.
And they knew the loopholes. They knew that at this point we'll get out. I personally believe that they thought we were not going to come. But surprisingly, we came. But even when they thought so, they knew that if we come, this is yet plan B. But the overall cry out there, Secretary Chris, I want you to listen, is the fact that we need to form a team. That team should not be IG1, IG2, Ayaba, all this. Or IG1 or IG2 send a representative. That team should be considered an ambazonian team. Whether they belong to IG1 or IG2 should be irrelevant. Because if we had this team in place, some of the sloppiness that we're experiencing now, we will not have them. If we put that team in place, we'll be able to organize, we'll be able to look at how we can respond to issues, how we can do it. We are making a lot of rights. So the Chris team will make some errors, make some right. So Ayaba will make some errors, make some right. But if we came together, we'll be able to constitute a team that can respond appropriately and professionally. So I really think that we should listen.
All right. All right, thank you.
Let me just make the last point.
Bravely, please.
My last point I wanted to make is this is an opportunity for us to take and run. In spite of La Republic running away, we have an opportunity to come together, and the international community is now, or they have an opportunity to speak in our favor or to see something positive on our own side. So thank you. We look forward to seeing that thing from at the shortest time possible.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the call. All right. Let's get to the next caller here. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Secretary Chris. I greet you.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Poland.
From Poland. Okay. What is in your mind, sir?
Yes, Secretary Chris. Yeah, I used to hear about Barrister Siseko Ebini, but today is my first time to actually see his face. And as a previous caller said, I used to know him as a controversial person, but listening to him today, at least, I was so excited. He made a number of points that they are really fruitful if we look forward to that. Forming this team for negotiation is the highest thing Ambazonians are looking forward to right now. And there's one thing I used to ask myself: leaders. If you reason like leader, just a simple peaceful talk or collaboration within leaders, they will be surprised with the support from Ambazonians. They will be it will just be like a miracle or a magic. They will be surprised with contributions and everything, as long as Ambazonians see their leaders talking to each other.
All right.
It means a lot, and I think this is the time to cross that bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. The phone line is still open, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and call. Dr. Ibini, did you hear those callers making references to you? They said, I think two of them said, they always knew you as a very controversial person, but today you were a little bit different. I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one who thought you were controversial.
Who sold me like that to them, man? I've never been a controversial person. I just outspoken person. I'm not a controversial person. I'm a very sweet, understanding human being. I don't have and this revolution has been my all my adult life. So it comes natural to me. On the issue, Comrade Chris, can you hear me? Comrade Chris.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. I had somebody, I think it's Sebastian, ask about an Ayaba, right?
Yes.
Ayaba has always been my boy until he was not for a brief while. But as we are coming back now, we have to work with everybody. We had a little disagreement some time ago, but
you always have disagreements with everybody. You know that, right?
Of course, in this revolution, if you are active, you would have some disagreement with a lot of people who do wrong things. You know. But what I'm trying to say is that somebody sent me, somebody of Anglophone before we're coming on air, sent me a question that I should ask you. Whether you are going to apologize to Anglophone for some of the lies you told about them. I don't know. I have nothing to do with it. He just sent it, and I said I should do him the honor of saying it to you. You don't have to answer, but at least I'll go up with the pride and tell him that I did mention it.
Well, I am not here to answer questions. I'm here to ask questions. So that is what I do here. But thanks for that anyway. Hello. 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 Okay, I can't get that caller. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I can get you, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Australia.
Okay, and what is your question or opinion?
I'm really thank you very much for your panel today. I just want to applaud Comrade Ebini for coming on the show. After just listening to him today, I feel very humble, and I feel like this is an opportunity for me to say, just to greet you, brother. I think I've known you, I've seen you evolve in this revolution in the early days of Siseko. And when I saw you come on the show, I wanted to ask you just one question. Is there a way that you can just bring back that energy that you used to have back now? Forget about the fact that Siseko, whom you valued a lot, is incarcerated. Is there a way you can bring back that vibe, that energy that you used to carry, and come to a fundraising that's called by anyone? Let's say the fundraising that's coming on Sunday, because someone told me, I did some research, they told me you're very good, you know a lot of people, you're very talented. Is there a way you show up to a fundraising called upon by Comrade Chris? Would you do that in the future? So that's just a question.
No, he will do that this Sunday. As he will cease being my friend if he doesn't show up on Sunday.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
All right, thank you.
Let him to answer.
Thank you. He is answering you. Listen to him.
Of course, definitely. There will be a time when we'll be doing those things and would bring back energy.
Hold the line.
In all of us.
Hold the line.
Should I continue?
Yes, go on, please.
This Sunday, it would be really very naive for me to say that I will be involved this Sunday, because first of all, part of the problems why we lost our track in raising money, it was due to us not having a trusted system of transparency and accountability. And when, as Chris is doing, he's on a good path now. He's bringing us together. He's talking. I just turn on my phone and I'm reading people who are watching, people who really did not want to see Chris. They are writing very positive things just because of this initiative that you're doing. So if you move forward and rebuild that trust, and you build and you put a system of accountability and transparency, that when we raise money, our donors will be satisfied with the way the money is channeled. Of course, I'll put my all and all for us to raise money in the future. No problem together.
Hold the line. Hold the line. Well, Sisiko, Ebony, I think many people make lots of excuses with, oh, transparency, this and that, this and that. You are an adult to understand that this government that we call interim government, we are not a government like any other government. We don't have a police force. We don't have a justice department with which we can hold people accountable for their deeds. But you will agree that I am one person who have called out every form of mismanagement from my trip to Boya to the drafts up to today. So if we let Ambazonia go, you don't want to support it because some people have run away with our money. Maranta was here. Would you believe we are still asking her to remit $70,000 into the account of this interim government? $70,000. $70,000. Imagine what that money can do. She's still keeping it. Sako tried to run away with over $100,000. Thank God the court came in and that money is back into our pocket. Comrade, when we're saying that people mismanage, and that is the reason we are taking out leaders. And people still go out there and try to endorse corrupt leaders and fraudulent leaders. And they want Chris Anu to believe that Chris Anu is a problem. Chris Anu is a problem. Again, I am not here for a beauty contest. I will say it the way I see it. If you don't like it, well, it's too bad. But I am glad you will come in to assist in these fundraisers. It is not about Chris Anu. If Chris Anu embezzles anything, hold me to account. But let's not dump the misdeeds of others on the struggle and on Chris Anu. Thank you. Let me get to the next caller here. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Good evening, President Chris.
Good evening, sir. I thought you called before. Where are you calling from?
No, I'm calling from Ground Zero, sir.
All right, shut down the volume of your TV, sir. There's a lot of fidgeting in your background.
Okay, sir. Let me do that.
All right, go on. Go on. What is in your mind?
Yes, sir. We are good to go.
Go on.
Okay. Mr. President, I just want to say I congratulate each and every one of you outside there who are working day in and out to see that we effectually gain this independence. And I want to say that please, you guys outside there, you the diaspora should know that we are dying back here at home. Talking to you now, I'm in a foreign land, an IDP. I don't know when I'm going to go home. And we are dying, my brothers are dying outside there. And I think that unity is the best thing that you people should champion outside there. We are hoping and we are counting on you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the call. We can only do our best. Thanks, sir, for the call. All right. Let me get to the next caller here. Hello.
Yes, Comrade Chris. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to Comrade Chris Musibini, Pastor Tumasan, and Dr. Chanjo and all Amazonians.
Thank you, sir.
Comrade Chris, I want to make sure. Yes,
you are calling from California, right? This is Dr. Ngwambe.
Yep. Yes, this is Dr. Ngwambe calling from the sunny state of California.
All right.
I want to make sure, Comrade Chris, that I appreciate you and Comrade Dr. Ayabacho for having the background discussion that you are having. I'm sure that both of you know that it takes leadership sometimes to buck and go ahead against some of maybe the hardliners that support you so much because they are telling you that you should not find a way to collaborate because because of past grievances, but it takes leadership to be able to say, you know what, for the sake of my country, for the sake of my nation, I am willing to collaborate with those who I may have ideological differences with and other principal differences with. I want to put out there, if I'm remembering and understanding United States history correct, there were great slave fighters, enslaved African fighters in George Washington's army of the United States 13 colonies. But the southern states who were doing slavery, they were worried that those slaves may end up being granted freedom. So what did George Washington do? In order to secure the independence of the 13 colonies from Britain, George Washington said, we're no longer going to use enslaved Africans in our fighting force just so we can keep the southern states as a part of the Continental Army so that we can win against Britain. So my fellow Ambazonians, for the sake of us getting our country, sometimes we have to make those hard decisions and make some compromises with each other who are pro-independence Ambazonians and get our country first, and then we figure it out afterwards.
All right.
So, Comrade Chris, thank you for that. And Dr. Yabacho, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Barrister Martin, I'll bring you in here. You've been sitting there a little bit quiet. Please, so if you can bend down your camera a little bit, it's cutting you off. That would be good. Right. Still cutting you off.
Is it?
All right. Go ahead and give us your input on this unity idea, please. Yeah, that is good. Oh no, it's back. Just sit erect, please. Still cutting your head. All right, that looks good. I'd like you to chip in on this idea about coming together and acting as one, as you can hear the request from every caller out there.
This is an old story today. The issue of unity is impossible in the Ambazonian context. What I believe they are looking for is collaboration. The good job you are doing now to Ayaba behind the scene, so that out there when you places like this, we can put the United what is everybody is looking for. I think you are on that and you are capturing people. This unity is important, and not think is something where you go on Sunday, you go on Friday, by Monday you have an agreement, or this thing will take years. Knowing who La Republic is not a small thing, it takes a very long period. Some negotiate, they end the thing, then the international community call them back for round 2, round 3, before at the end they end up coming something tangible. So people should realize this thing is for the long haul. It's not something which you go for a weekend party and do by Monday. So sorry.
All right, absolutely true. This thing we are talking about, that is assuming La Republic is even coming to the table, may take another 5-10 years for this process, a negotiation process, to be over. You never know. It can go that long. But let me get to the next caller here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Boya.
All right. Good to know. How was Boya today?
Well, Boya is calm, but the Monday goes down, the places were ghosted.
The places were ghosted, where we have to make sure that ghost towns return as they used to be in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, because we need to send that message to a lot of people to come around. Every moment they feel like things are slowing down, they run away with the propaganda, the war is over, and so on, until we show up again. Comrades, everybody, Ambazonians, listen to me. The reason why wars are fought for 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, isn't because those wars were fought on a daily basis. There are times you break down and you re-strategize, you recuperate and go back and fight, and that is what is happening in this war. If a lot of people need to come around things that We are tired and we are surrendering. We are giving up the food and size. Yes, John Woody and Paul Biya are right. Maybe if they actually said so, there is no military solution to this. We know that too. And that is why we are not running away from any dialogue initiative. What is your contribution, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What is your contribution?
Yes, I was listening to Capo Daniel this afternoon, and he had a caption on his podcast screen. Chris Anu is begging to join the Canada talks. I was taken aback. Okay. I claim the indulgence of those who talk to Ayabacho to advise his surrogate, Capo Daniel, to know what he says at what time to everybody, because now we are talking about a common theme. So, like our fathers are talking there, advising us on what importance the theme is to the Amazonian people. We should now forget our past and look at the future, so that we get what we want soonest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know that when somebody irrelevant makes a statement like that, you respond to it, you make him relevant, so we don't do that here. Thank you for the call. Let's get to the next caller. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, Secretary Chris.
Good evening, sir. Can you raise your voice a little bit? It's quite low.
Yes. So I'm very, very happy for what you people are doing. I'm very happy.
Where are you calling from, sir?
And from Ground Zero.
All right. Yes, go on.
Yes, I'm very happy for what you people are doing. And what I want to say is that what you have to do is to try by all possible means and make all your people that we are working together, as we are already trying it already. But the problem now is, here in Ground Zero, what we are going through here, I want to make us to reach what we are doing today because of this our boys outside there. If they leave this thing has finished. But they are the boys like the boys of Sako. We see what they are doing. Let me tell you something. Do you know that when these people, the guys call whether it's Unity or ADF, when they are coming in town, people are running away more than they run like Republic soldiers. To let you know that that's where you will start. I don't know if you have your own group that are working there. People should start making that they should work, very good work on the field here first before seeing what to do. But you bring a very good idea today of being together, of being as one person.
All right, thank you.
To work this thing.
Thank you. All right. So in the few minutes we are going to call this off. Let me get this. Maybe my last caller from Ground Zero. Hello.
Hello.
Can you turn down the volume of your TV, sir, and focus on your phone?
Okay. I'll be living close to the TV.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good evening to you guys.
All right. When you are calling, make sure that the volume of your set is turned down. We can't get your call. We can't get you talking and your phone and your TV talking. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from California.
California. All right. And what is your contribution, sir?
Yeah, my contribution is just an appeal that the money we are contributing, let's distribute that money to people that are very active on the ground. We should not limit it. We should not limit it only to AF. This thing. Look
look at look at what Sokadev is doing in Congo. So even though we should distribute that money irrespective of the group, so far as the show prove that they are active. That's just my contribution. The money should not be limited only to one particular group.
Absolutely. We here at the interim government, we support every group that proves to us they are fighting. We've been supporting Sokadev in Meme. They know that, they will attest to that. We've been doing that. And when we raise these funds, every group that can prove they are working will be supported. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to call it a night here, but before I do that, let me bring back Dr. Sisiko Ebene Christmas and Barrister Thomas San Martin to weigh into all the calls and the calls for unity, collaboration, and support for fundraising. Barrister Martin, let me start with you, sir.
To conclude, Comrade Chris, I would want to tell Ambazonians that these Canada talks, I think they should fall behind it. It is in the right track and going, and it seems to be coming together with some unity on our part, which is good. La Republique claiming that they've withdrawn from the talk should not discourage anybody. We already know that La Republique is a contumelous and a contumacious party. They go to the international scene, start acting contra mundum against Canada, and by proxy, all Canadian friends like America and the rest, they are shooting themselves on the foot, and it is working to the advantage of Amba. So it is good. And then Secretary Chris has come out with this fundraiser. To be honest, I think people should come together and try to give him the funds to do what he has promised to do. I think the willingness is there, the spirit is willing, but the flesh needs to be supported with money. I think he's on the right track and he's doing with the unity he's talking about, the fundraising, he's doing things, and then talking to his brother Ayaba and the rest. I think we are getting things. It's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, unlike what we had a short while ago. So I will use this opportunity to thank Secretary Chris, thank the other leaders also who are doing the unity, and say let's fall behind Canada and see what happens in Canada. Nobody says the system is perfect. Nobody should get it wrong, not understand. But we are there, we keep moving, and we correct the errors as we go ahead. I think that's the spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister, for that point and for emphasizing on this fundraiser. I appreciate it. Dr. Albini, please.
Well, and Martin, thank you very much for your appearance and your contributions. I know as we talk, I already know you that you are a man on the technical side, and you look at things in the way they're supposed to be, which is a good thing. And I hope that people will tap into your expertise as we move forward in this process, because I've read a lot of your work and all that, and they are very good. Secretary Chris, I see this is just a beginning, and we cannot address everything in just one show. This is what they call good faith. I think we have all presented a place for good faith in our people, how we can proceed. And I thank you for your openness. You willingly took my questions and my concerns, and to the best of your ability, I think you handle things very well. Make many more. We cannot learn the lesson in one show or one day. It's bit by bit we'll get there, like Martin said. Let's do this some more. I'll use your platform to say all Ambazonian sons and daughters should be treated with respect, no matter what kind of disagreements we've had. For a little while now, I'm not open to my son and friend Choayaba. I hope he would open his lines now for us to resume our communication like we used to have. Very nice talks. We will talk and mend our little fences for the interest of our people. I have, in the past few days, tried to talk to Dr. Sako, but I would plead that Sako should not be very difficult to get. I mean, it seems as if it's easier for you to get through to Paul Biya than you get to Sako. So I'll plead with him to open up, no matter what has been going on. Let us come together. That land, if we don't get together, we will not get it, no matter what we talk to ourselves and the strength that we have. So Canada has challenged us and placed us on a very high platform. And the world is watching us. Let's play this right. Let's put our acts together. Let's keep our egos aside. Let's come together and be brothers and sisters. Even in marriages, we do have problems, even with our own children at home. It doesn't mean that you throw them away. It doesn't mean that you don't belong to the same home. So as a father, I mean, we are, Martin and I are not here seeking for position or anything, but we are with our position not only on our education, but because we are like fathers of this revolution. Most of the old guys, when they were going, they were telling me that we know that God would still give you some time to be around to guide the children. And that's what I've been trying to do. It has come across like being controversial to some, but I'm very, very honest in what I try to do. There's nobody that I take prisoner. We can fight a little bit, and I'll still try to pick up the phone and call you. I called Dr. Tita and say he should get the Sako that I've been trying to get him. He's not answering his phone. I went to Monono, he's one of his lieutenants, and we all should talk to each other. If we don't talk, even if La Republique pulls out of that country, we will not be able to manage it. We might set it ablaze if we don't really try to start learning to know how we can live together as one people, even with all our differences. So thank you again, Comrade Chris. I'm available anytime for us to continue this process. And God bless Amazonia.
Thank you both for making it to the show. Absolutely, the conversation will continue, and you can trust that I will be bringing you back on one of these days. Thank you, and you good night, sir. All right,
good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was it. But before I go, I just like again to remind you and emphasize about this fundraiser on Sunday. It is very, very critical that we all show up and support what is going on the ground. Let's give French Cameroon heads up that negotiations or no negotiations, firepower must continue, because that is what will get them doing it right. They are already lamenting that the funds are running dry for them. There is no military solution to the conflict. So please, let's not let this go anywhere. We are winning. And I'd like you to join me on that Sunday. Join me on Sunday.
Révolution d'Ambazonie. La Cruz, Dr. Sako, apprenti associé. Bien appris à Paul Biya, political witchman for Yalandi Malak. Amba Boy, Sinu, Songbulu. Sakoron spoil we country, now who go fix us? Sakoe, 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 Sakoron dirty water, now who go clean ame? Sakoe, 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 Sakoron spoil we country, now who go fix ame? Sakoe, 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 aye, aye. Inside Bakanga spectacle, toi pasteur them where they do all kinds of style for toi. That means that inside that their own sia équipe nationale de Shiva. Dr. Sako, he promet ambazonia them say within $1 million, I go take una rich boya. But so that road for boya is so long. That road for boya is so long. Now the ambazonia said, see people. Much money on the tongue, my telephone wake up ringing boy. Big on my teach on your career, make a shot upon that ticket. My beer, big on shot in burger, big on yam, go stuck way. Mother chicken, mother chicken, Manga chumbe, caramue. And that can bring me to one, big on the car, shot it down me. My bigger, down to way, big on your damn but I'll be see. Moke, one more chat you away, Moke, what chat you about. Holy country. Now who go fix a me? Sakoe, 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 dirty water. Now who go clean a me? Sakoe, 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 spoil we country. Now who go fix a me? Sakoe, 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 sakoe. Aye, 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 aye. Inside down our own sia équipe nationale de Shiva. Them get back can people. Can four pastor them. With the avocat we Sisi kwa yukta bi banyangi boy. Dismiss am say you no qualifié for arrêter case even for Tifao. Barrister John Fu, he come for Eta uni. Say he must come on Sisi kwa yukta before chia. In nak bakan Jim Grammar for television. Population d'Ambazonia ask and say, that you own grammar na from Gumba house on a village when you study But so Chris Anu, political tip man for Ambazonia. He use Bakanka spectacle for Tuado. Magletasha d'Ambazonia, ma Iringua. He told them say, me a day so I dey work for airport. Me I no go join una for Tuado. Eric Tatao. He say me I no go join équipe nationale for Twa people. He too come up, say na for Tumbanyong na so. I return turn na person for Tumbanyong for Eta Union. Politique ambazonie, na for tip people. Yeah, the struggle go work. One day, libération va venir. Sakoram,